All right, thank you very much. You may be seated. The Honorable Minister of Police, Minister Mchunu, the Deputy Minister of Police, Mr. Matale, the MEC for Community Safety, Roads and Transport in the Free State, Mr. Mbalula, the MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs, Mayor Rockman from Free State, the MEC for Transport and Community Safety of Limpopo, Mayor Matye, the Executive Mayor of Mangaung Metro, Ntatisi, the National Commissioner of the South African Police, invited provincial commissioners, divisional commissioners, invited guests, officers, all protocol observed. A very good morning to you. I'm Major General Singh, the Deputy Provincial Commissioner of Support in the Free State Province, and I will be facilitating and program directing phase 2 of the program. At this point in time, kindly allow me to call upon Reverend Mweketsi from Free State to invite the Lord to the meeting. Reverend Mweketsi.
Thank you very much, the Program Director, General Singh. Allow me to take this opportunity to humble myself before the leadership here present, the Minister of the Police, Mr. Mchunu, the Deputy Minister, Senzo Mchunu, all MECs here present, the provincial commissioners from our respective provinces here present, Limpopo, Free State, Mpumalanga, as well as KZN, all generals here present, our stakeholders, the farming community, leadership, senior members of the South African Police Service, ladies and gentlemen, all protocol is observed. I greet you all. Amen. Let us listen to the word of God this morning, and our reflection will be from the Old Testament, the book of Proverbs, chapter number 12. Start reading from verse 10 to verse number 13. The book of Proverbs, chapter 12, start reading from verse 10 to verse 13, and it reads as follows as we listen to the word of God. Amen. The righteous care for the needs of their animals, but the kindest acts of the wicked are cruel. Those who work their land will have abundant food, but those who chase fantasies have no sense. The wicked desire the stronghold of the evildoers, but the root of righteousness endures. And this is the word of God. Praise be to God. Amen. Minister, I've just chosen to read this passage today, mindful of the challenges that we are facing as South Africa. The challenges related to stock theft and the challenges of the endangered species. And this passage, Minister, and all members here present, is an honest call to all humanities to care and to have compassion for the animals. This passage also advocates for animal rights, and it despises those who are wicked and cruel against animals and our endangered species. Come, let us pray. Creator of humanity, creator of heaven and earth, our rock of ages, You have gathered all of us here today as one nation, the rainbow nation of God. Yes, we may be distinct in terms of race, in terms of gender, in terms of nationality, in terms of religion, in terms of greed, in terms of social class, but we are all created, O Lord, in your special image. Lord God, you have made heaven and earth by all your great power. You have created all things for your glory and for your goodness. Yet there are those, O Lord, in your creation who are experiencing continuous pains and sufferings. Our livestock, our endangered species, they are in dangers, O Lord, day by night, by those you have created in your image. We are calling upon you, O Lord, to look kindly upon and have mercy over our endangered species. Always, O Lord, protect them against the hands of the wicked, whether they are the wild, whether they are on the streets, whether they are in captivity or elsewhere. Deliver those who are hurt, deliver those who are abused, hungry, and forgotten. Please, O Lord, grant that they may be treated with the loving care and respect that all creations deserves. Let your angels, O Lord, watch over them. Let your angels guide them. Let your angels keep them safe continuously. Shelter, O Lord, and hide them from evildoers and keep them safe and protected at all times. Gracious God, as we come before you today in this important meeting and gatherings and engagement to discuss important matters relating to the stock theft and endangered species, we ask you, O Lord, for your guidance and your wisdom. You are the source of all knowledge and understanding. May our discussion be productive, and may our decision be guided by our common good. We seek your direction, O Lord, in our decision making and in our strategies. Help us and guide us and bless this meeting in the name of God, the creator of humanity. Amen. Thank you, Program Director.
Kia leboa Maruti. It's always good listening to you. Thank you for those wonderful words. At this point in time, I would like to call upon the Executive Mayor of the Mangaung Metro Municipality, Councillor Ntatisi, to come and welcome us in this metropole.
Thank you very much, the chairperson of the session. Let me at this moment welcome the Minister of the Police, Honorable Senzo Mchunu, the Deputy Minister of the Police, Dr. Castle Matai, the Free State MEC for Community Safety and Roads and Transport, Dr. Jabumba Lula, the Free State MEC of Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs, Mayor Elsabi Rockman, the Limpopo MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Mayor V. Matai, the Executive Mayor, it's me, the National Commissioner of the South African Police, General SF Masemula, you're welcome. And the Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, Provincial Commissioner of the Free State, Lieutenant General B. Muswenyani, Provincial Commissioner of KZN, Lieutenant General M. Mukwanazi, our Provincial Commissioner of Limpopo, Lieutenant General T. Khadebe, Division Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Situmule, the Community Policing Forum Board, representatives all here, the Farmers Union representative, all farmers present, all invitees, guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. Let me welcome you in a metro that's alive with possibilities. Minister, it's one of the historic events that happens in our metro, where we are receiving you from different walks of life, congregated together for a meeting of mind to arrive at resolving yet once again a contradiction that is realized in the midst of our communities, where endangered species and stock theft remains the order of the day. I honestly believe that it is an occasion like this where solutions will always be found by a combined effort of knowledge economy, of people that are exposed to some of the difficulties that would always remain a question that must be answered by all of us. Minister, I'm impressed to see farmers, owners of animals, and people responsible for our surroundings and nature, ensuring that we do not lose the fiber of the society by allowing fortune seekers, mischief makers, thieves, elements that are corrupt in our society, to pursue the misery of making us fail, to ensure that we arrive at making our communities survive through their efforts. You are at the center of activity, providing food and ensuring that the economy grows, and making sure that in the process of doing so you sustain and maintain your families. We are with you in your cry, and as a metro, we must equally echo your sentiments that out of the same bitter cup we drank, similarly, what you are going to be sharing as ideas and solutions will go a long way in ensuring that we as a metro do also contribute in ensuring that we curb the scourge of stock theft, we curb the scourge of tampering with endangered species, and we become counted in the mainstream of making sure that we create a peaceful harmony. On that note, please feel free to be part of us in the metro. We are a peaceful metro, of course punctuated with some element that you see across the country, of some elements of mischief makers. But the level of crime is not as much as it may be alarming elsewhere. So feel free that when you are relaxed, You share the coins and cents that you have brought with you. Buy anything and everything that you think is good for you. Eat our food because you can cook well. Filter into our restaurant and leave the money and not go back with it. We need to invest because out of you, we can sustain the metro. Thank you very much, and you are heartily welcome. My pleasure.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ntatisi. Minister, I just want to also indicate that Mr. Ntatisi is a very avid golf player. And I hope someday, I will be able to challenge him. And maybe, we never know. But thank you so much for those words. General Masemola, you are called upon to the stage to give us the purpose of the event. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, General Singh, the Program Director of the event today. Let me greet the Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu, amongst us here today, the Deputy Minister of Police, Senzo Mchunu, the MECs that are present here, starting with the host, Free State MEC, Community Safety, Roads and Transport, Mr. Mbalula, the MEC for Agriculture, Rural Development and Environmental Affairs in the Free State, Merokman, MEC for Limpopo for Transport and Community Safety, MEC Mate, the Executive Mayor who just spoken now, Councillor Ntatisi, the Deputy National Commissioners present, Lieutenant General Sibia for Detectives and Crime Intelligence, Divisional Commissioner of Detectives, Lieutenant General Sintumule, the Provincial Commissioners that are present amongst us here today, Lieutenant General Mkonazi for KZN, Lieutenant General Mutsunyani for Free State, Lieutenant General Hadebe for Limpopo, all senior officers present, National Community Police Board represented by Ndate Khasaro, and all other CPF chairpersons from provinces, including this province where we are, the farmers present here today, farmers' unions from all walks of South Africa, any other stakeholder from the farming community, be it subsistence farmers to commercial farmers, invited guests, members of the media, ladies and gentlemen. On a lighter note, Minister, I hope one day me and you can have the opportunity that General Singh spoke about of going for a golf on morning. I hope that day will come, but I've been looking forward for it for many years. It never came, but maybe one day it will come. We will also have the opportunity to live the life they live in, to visit the golf club. It gives me great pleasure, ladies and gentlemen, this morning that we are gathering here in the Free State to come and exchange ideas in terms of how we are going to fight the problem of stock theft in South Africa, more specifically the provinces that we have chosen them, that they attend today. We are not saying the 9 provinces of South Africa are not being affected by stock theft. They are all equally affected. But we said as a start, we think, let's start with those provinces that they are hit the most. So we will in future still get to other provinces, because this case now, we have called you, we know you come from far to get here. We're looking forward that we will in future meet those other provinces and meet you in your respective provinces. We saw it prudent that we meet and come and discuss all the problems that are related to stock theft. That together, how can we together fight this scourge of stock theft? As I said, everybody is equally affected in one way or another when it comes to the theft of stock. We know Free State, you are hit hard. We know your neighbors next door here, they are continuously a challenge in terms of our stock going over, and to get them back is equally just a challenge. Eastern Cape, we are aware that you also feel the pinch, as well as the KZN, those countries that are bordering with our neighbors, Lesotho. But equally so, Northwest, Limpopo, they are also affected in this crime of stock theft. So we saw it prudent, the minister saw it prudent that he called this meeting, that we come and meet here as police leadership, together with the MECs of the same provinces and the stakeholders in the stock environment. We equally so brought the unit commanders of stock theft across the country. They are seated outside there. We will engage them at some point as ministry, minister and police management together. We value your traveling and coming here equally important, and we are aware that you come from far. It wasn't easy to be here, but you saw it very important. Some of you, we last met you when we were at Paris about a few years ago, where we were discussing the same matter. Yesterday, the Minister of Police, Mr. Senzo Mchunu, led the SAPS to a joint portfolio committee of police and agriculture and rural development. And the robust discussion there was equally one of the matters of addressing the challenges around this environment of stock theft. So this is the opportunity. Let's find solutions together and resolve this matter. Even though there is a slight decrease in stock theft, which equally one cannot call it. One can call it a negligible decrease, because I think on the past 9 months is about 4.5 or so %, which is very negligible. So we don't pride ourselves with that. We want more, at least if we're talking about 50% or more. So let me not bore you with more speech. You are here to join together, heads, and find solutions. As South African Police Service, we are prepared. I always ask my management to say, when you open a satellite unit, like a satellite stock theft unit, is the intention that one day the farmers that are farming in that area, they're going to go away? If the answer is no, then the lifespan of your satellite unit must be short so that it becomes a unit, because nobody's going to go away. So it shouldn't then be a satellite forever. So we are in that direction, that we need to open extra units, we need to open new satellites. Those that are satellites, they must become units, and we open new units, so that whoever is a stakeholder in the stock theft industry doesn't have to travel more to get to report cases. You have the relevant police at your doorstep at the police station where the crime of stock theft is happening. That is our objective. That's where we are going. And I'm sure the minister will do at some point, somewhere in April, some necessary announcement in that regard as to how far we go. With those words, thank you very much.
Thank you, the director of the program. Allow me to pass my greetings to the Minister of the Police, Senzo Mchunu, and the Deputy Minister, our National General, and your entourage, the members of the Portfolio Committee amongst our midst, our MEC from different provinces, our generals, our CPFs from all corners of the 9 provinces been invited to come and share this practice with ourselves. Safe to say all protocol is observed. Minister, when I prepared to come and share a message of support, I was touched by the man of God when he opens with a prayer. You know, in most cases, I normally used to see myself being strong, but I see myself being touched by the scripture reading by the man of cloth. And this touching says to me, talk to members of the community amongst our midst, our farmers and CPFs, who made it possible in a short space of time that you gathered here, that from the national office, we applaud you. So why I said the scripture reading I was touched by it. So I want to share with members in this hall, Minister, that let's read from the 1 Peter chapter 5, verse 2. You'll go through it. It will tell you why I was touched. Then, as a message of support, in this time of despair and frustration due to escalating crimes, we are forced to meet as a stakeholders this morning to share our frustrations about the perpetuating crime in terms of our stock. As a stakeholders, we say to our minister that we pleading and we are indeed going to make sure that we commit ourselves to make sure that we work with men and women in blue to address the scourge of crime, especially in terms of stock theft. This is actually affecting all of us. Remember, our farmers, for farming the stock, is to make sure that all of us will be able to serve and help our community. So as the CPF, we are calling all stakeholders, let's support men and women, because we are guided by the constitution of the CPF and also the constitution of the country, which our Act number 68 of 1995 says to us, police alone cannot make sure that they stop this crime and criminal activity. But as eyes and ears, we need to make sure that we support our police and make sure that this stock theft is the thing of the past. As we get at here, we must have a way forward that we cannot fail when we are a united front, and we must make sure that we squeeze crime issues that are happening, but this we can achieve when we work together. The Community Policy Forum commit itself with other critical stakeholders among our minister to make sure that we'll help and mobilize stakeholders in all corners of the country and prevent this crime and criminality of the livestock theft, which impact our livelihood of farmers and is detrimental, affecting their businesses as usual. So as CPF, we shall at all times make sure that we contribute to the preventative effort that this stock theft should be the thing of the past. With these few words, Program Director, I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your commitment to the event of today. All right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to go on to the main part of the program, the engagement with the stakeholders. Now, I just want to indicate that we are going to take comments, questions, resolutions, proposals from the stakeholders for now. The second part of the commanders will come on phase 3. Minister, with your permission, should we take 5 or 3 questions and then we respond to it and we move in that direction? Will that be fine, sir? All right, thank you very much. We can start on the right side. People with mics, where are you? I need the mics, please. Thank you very much. Please come to the front. We'll start from the front here, going backwards, and we come around. Okay, here, the gentleman with the red shirt. You are noted. You are noted, sir. Please introduce yourself and indicate which association you come from. If you do, it will help us as we are recording all the information. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. My name is Mvulane. I am chairperson of this organization, Free State Kijimandoda organization. It's from the villages, many villages here at Free State. Now, I'm from that side. Thank you, Program Director, and I'm so happy because I see the Minister of Police, Mhlonishwa Tatu Macingwane. Hey, Tata, oh, kudala sukulambele shem. Kudala sikhalile Tata. Simthanda uThixo. uThixo Tata usivile ngawe wakhona. Tata kule province lesikuyo, iFree State le. Noba ungakhangela istatistics uba kuyareportwa ngamapolisa. Hayi ba mapolisa mana Free State ayakhona ureporta. Utla re kana go shebang. O bona hore Free State ka site ya boshodu ya utswa ha diphoofolo is number 1. The trusting wabana nna ke phila kwana the trusting tsa South Village. Hona trust tse 14 ka kwana tse sa khatalweng next ke government. Tse 14 tse ka kwana. Hona le mme ene re qeta mo boloka. Nkgono a tshwara ke stroke a shwa. Jwale ha o sheba ka site ya mabonisa. Yo, hayi baba Macingwane, yo awuncedwa lekho kwelicala le team yakho Tata. hayi silimala ikhona tata, hayi siyalimala ikhona. Manikwenzele nje umzekelo omncinci. Omnye utata ufonelwa ngomakhelwane kuthiwa hey vuka. Sibona umuntu kwakho ekhupha ibhokwe ebuhlanti vuka. Uyavuka lo muntu. Nxa evuka lo muntu. Ye tata, nxa esithi lisela, zafike zabamba ngelaki kaThixo alinasibhamu. Zabamba nabo babini, wohluleka uThixo wanika umnikazi wemfuyo amandla, wabulala isela. Events amapolisa tata kwafika 10. Iyobamba lo muntu ubulela isela kwakhe ebuhlanti ebusuku ngo-12. Okay ke tata. Waphinde wafa kwenye village ekuthiwa iTseki khona apha eThabanchu. Wafa umnikazi wempahla owebhokwe kwemka ibhokwe eziyi-70 zithathwa ngamasela ebusuku. Lo tata bambetha bamshefile. Samngcwaba. Azange aye futhi amapolisa wakho tata. Samngcwaba sodwa nabahlali. Ye tata akakabanjwa nangoku. Uyabona ke lethi macingwane. Uba tata kukho ingoma ethi sikhuzeni zonke insizwa. Kutheni lento kuzawusayidwa for one side? Uba ama-farmers kapha abantu bakwi-village bathe banengxaki babala ibuthatha bayoke bebasinyetswa ha bona banika uyiphekula bayathwawa but ha o ka botsa ona maponisa hawa sa tshwere mashodu wa makae ba macingwana mhlonishwa kubuze nje madoda bangaphi esenibabambile amasela yetata kulanwa leqa masela lilelekisa amashodu maponisa wa ukeke watsiba ona utlwile jwang hore hona le mashodu ya lelekiswang ka pilinyana maponisa sa le teng hai ha itlweleng jwale se le ka sighting ya rona hobane ke mogotsi ke di supporter le ha tshwerwe o theoswa tsileng ha no fitla mo yang tatu macingwana xa ndizawuhlala phantsi lithe lam uyabona ubungake thina usincede ngoba sinengxaki apha eFree State tata abantu akwethu aba bebeke bawunceda ngapha ko-DRC ye tata manthina sesinokholelwa apha kubo ngokamasoja tata singafana noko sibe nebelief kwi-soldiers tata ukodlula uyabona uba ungake nje tata ukuwatyale noba ngunyaka especially ngapha kwi-villages nee-farmers ukutyale nje amasoja enzela into kuthiwa yi-shoot and kill uba ke afumana umuntu ebusuku eqhuba angambuzi amasoja masakabuzwa kakhulu uba ke afumana umuntu eqhuba ebusuku tata kungalunga otherwise tata ayapha eFree State izawuba yi-history into bazakhe zakhona i-animals ngoba bayazithatha tata sizame ngazo zonke indlela kwafika nodota uSolumaphaili safike sacela anisengezami na uba kufanele bekho into okuthiwa zipatrola babhatale njengoba kubhatala nento okuthiwa CPW ya bafanele babhatale nje ezonhlawulo tata loo nto ayenzeki apha eFree State ke uba uthe waya noba kwephi department uthi uyocela ufumana abakhulu uzawuvele nje unikwe noba ngumuntu otshayelayo kuthiwe edila naye siyavuya tata ngenxa ubuthixo enzile uba mawuze apha eFree State akhona enye indawo ekuthiwa singeni kuyo siyacela sivunyelwe uyawunikwa noba ngumuntu otshayelayo kuthiwe uzawuansarishwa nguye uzawufumana i-answer kulo mntu otshayelayo abantu tata balapha kwizikhundla zikagovernment hayi bakhona nje for nge-interest zabantwana babo enkosi.
Okay, thank you very much. Please, before you take the mic, let me indicate that we have just 3 hours with this engagement, and if your complaint needs further investigation, at the back we have Inspectorate who will take down your complaint and we will respond to you officially. Please, and let our responses be a little bit on the shorter side so we give everybody a chance who wants to participate in this engagement. Thank you, sir. The details. Okay. All right, thank you. Sir?
Can I speak?
Yes, you may.
Okay. Ke le dumedisa. Goeiemorgen. Good morning. Speaking, Kuphakamile Pietro Sito. Now I'm here because of our organization, Rural Safety Farm Guard Alliance. Remember, I am the one in the National Rural Safety Tax team to the ministry. Minister, this is up. Okay, that's good. You need me. That's good. You remember yesterday we were in Parliament, Musne? That's good. We've got a problem, Minister, whereby I told the former Minister Begitele, because he was a dunderhead, did the Minister Begitele, let's start this thing to protect farmers, stock theft. Minister, I don't have money, I don't have anything, but these people, why did you tell Minister? We as the Rural Farm Guard Alliance, I've got a call, 27 cows have been stolen in Boshoff, whereas our police in Beltfontein, they are sleeping. In Beltfontein, where I come from, I was born in Beltfontein. And that black farmer, she called me, come here and please and help us. Because we work hand in hand with the police. When our people, they beat those people, the thieves, and they kill them, they are going to be arrested. And we don't allow those things. Because the police are here. Minister, I think now you've got 6 months or 7 months in this position. Listen to these people. Because one of the day, we'll come and say that you don't do the job because you don't listen to these people. Minister, we went around the whole South Africa, but now we are speaking about Free State to go and protect farmers. We don't have weapons with our bodies. Because the police, they will say to you, no, we've got only one buggy. We've got only one van. And the roads, bad, cool. But we, as the Rural Farm Alliance, we go there because we want to protect our farmers. Because those people, they produce food for us. Those food that we are going to eat today, they come from to those people. But we forget them. Why? Because we're in the top position. We don't care about them. Minister, there was one of the farmers who have been attacked. Bamtatela izinto. And I said to them, you know what? We are tired. Every time there is a stock theft, we are going to deal with those people. But we can't deal with them because tomorrow we are going to be arrested. We must engage the police. And some of them, they are criminals. Those police, they are criminals. You know yourself. In your station commanders, they work with some of the police. It is a truth. We can't hide it, Minister. Minister, you see me all over social media to go to Parliament, to sleep outside. You don't do it because I want a better South Africa. Because our government, they said to us, there is the better government, but there's no better government here. Minister, if you listen today to these people, maybe on the next time we'll say, Tata Ramaphosa, we don't need to reshuffle. Mr. General Mkwanasi from KZN, this is the best one. That one, this is the best one. General Mkwanasi. And I think our minister, he will learn who General Mkwanasi, who ran a crime reporter. I've got a lot to say, but thanks very much.
Thank you. I think you must also go to inspectorate, please. Thank you. Let's take the next question and then we'll
All right.
have responses.
Can I shoot?
Okay, sir, you are noted next. You may continue.
Good day, everyone. My name is Ramabanyana Sichaba. I'm the Provincial Youth Secretary of Afasa Youth. I'm also from an organization that is called Youth in Agriculture and Rural Development. That is an organization of organizing young farmers nationally, that is from the National Department of Agriculture. For me, the issue of stock theft is very personal because last week, 5 of my Bonsmaga stud heifers were stolen at my farm. At around 6 o'clock, I called the police. The uniformed police responded very swiftly in Diversdorp. And then they took statements, everything was done in terms of, I think, the processes that had to be done. From last week till now, then the case was handed to the stock theft unit. From last week till now, there hasn't been any communication from the police side saying that maybe we have some sort of intelligent information that your stock might be somewhere else. Even yesterday, I took it upon myself to go to the police station and inquire. They then said, we'll call the officer that is on standby to come and give you a report back. So what I'm saying is then, if then from the police side, especially the stock theft unit, that a case, you open a case, there's no communication to say, because I'm assuming the police sector have some sort of intelligence units to find that information, what's happening in terms of stock. Farmers, what we do most of the time, and that's how we get our stock, is most of the time is farmers that are going out there getting stock in terms of sharing information in Farmers Forum. There has never been a time that police themselves, they come and say, we found your cattle somewhere. It's always Farmers Forums that are out there getting the stock. In terms of information, I think 2 days back, me and my father drove to Lesotho because we got information that the cattle might be in Lesotho because of the collaboration between Farmers Forum. But when it comes to the police, there has never been assistance. That's why it has been about a week. The investigating officer hasn't been to the farm. I'm sure even the investigating officer doesn't even know my name. I think maybe the police, the uniformed police, it's them, the ones that came to the scene. But in terms of follow-ups and communication, that's where the police are failing us when it comes to stock theft. I was even ashamed to say the same problems that my father that were facing when he started farming. As a young farmer, I'm still facing the same problems. Because even when they got there, I was expecting that drones will be deployed. Because this thing probably happened around 3. Then my laborers went out around 4 o'clock because they were scared of their lives. At around 4:30, we called police. So I was expecting that the time that we took to report the matter, some sort of technology alignments would be deployed to check. Maybe they're still around. Maybe their cows are still in the mountains. When I was talking with the police, I was talking a foreign language to them, saying, don't you have drones? Don't you have some sort of technological thing that we can use to assist? Since I'm also from the academic side of agriculture, what we did on the side from Glen College, there's a time that we even invited police and said, this is how you check brand marks. How can we partner best to make sure that when we have this problem of stock theft, we are able to communicate among each other? So from the side of Farmers Forum and also the academic space, we are trying to engage the stock theft unit. We are trying to engage the police. But it seems, especially when it comes to stock theft, I don't know, maybe the crimes in terms of priorities are not the same. But police in terms of that, it looks like they are relaxing. They don't want to come and help us as farmers. What always assists us as farmers, and it has always been the center of, that's why even at some point, and I share the sentiments of Utate, that's why as farmers we end up having our private army units. It's because of the fact that we don't get assistance from the police itself. So what we are saying to the minister, your police are not assisting us, especially when it comes to stock theft. I cannot open a case and still even after a week, I haven't even met the investigating officer. They're not even calling to check what is happening. Years back, my father lost about 15 cows. We identified, said these are the suspects. They went there, we never get any report, we don't get anything. So it means from about 10 years back till now, the same problem still exists. And we are saying that government is working. We are supposed to say that government is working. And our government is not assisting us as farmers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Can we just pause for a second? Sir, I'll acknowledge you. The gentleman raised his hand. I'll come to you just now. When we respond here, please let us respect the decorum that's in the House. We cannot be using terms and picking on individuals. Let us respect that and let us deal with the issue, right, precisely. And if you have solutions, please bring up the solutions as well. That's a belief. Sir.
Morning, Minister, ladies and gentlemen. I'm James Faber, the chairman of the National Red Meat Producers Organization in the country. We know there's a lot of problems, and I don't want to come only with problems here this morning. I'd like to speak to you about the movement of animals, because the movement of animals is one of our biggest problems in this country. It's being moved with bakkies, with trailers, you name it, from one to many. So in Natal, KwaZulu-Natal, you all know we have got now a disease management area. They call it a DMA, if you hear the acronym. Cattle is moving out of that. Livestock is moving out of that area because people can't sell that. So what's happening? We will put this disease, foot and mouth disease, farther and farther away, deeper and deeper into the country. Our income will come down for every farmer. So I plead to the police, please, can we have some roadblocks? Can we have Section 6 and 8 certificates and health declarations being inspected of every vehicle that have cattle or sheep or goats on it? It is so important for us to keep foot and mouth away from the rest of this country. In general, the movement of cattle and sheep, we must enforce Section 6 and 8 of the Act and the health declaration for animals. I thank you, Minister.
All right, thank you very much. Minister, I'm not sure if you want to respond to the 4 questions and then we can move forward. We continue. All right. The next hand, just a second. Sir, it's you.
Thank you, Chair. Minister, Deputy Minister, all protocol observed. Mine is just simple. We meet almost year in, year out. My name is Pitso Sekgoto. I am representing the association called ASUF, Agricultural Sector Unity Forum. We are here, we have been planning with the police for the last 5-6 years. We were in Paris, we were in Bethlehem, we were in Senegal, we were in Newcastle, talking the same thing. And I thought today when we arrive here, we'd be given the report of the Rural Safety Forum results so that we see that forum that we put in Paris, how far did it go? What is it that it has achieved? How far are we? So that when we come here, we just can't start my members who are complaining every day, because it's happening every day. It's happening every day. But I think we need also to strategize, we and police, to oversee all these things that our members are saying. It's true. But we can't always come here and people talk about frustration of stealing. We know. If I have to talk about stealing, I've lost close to 120 cattle on my farm. So it's a fact. In fact, the Department of Police were in my farm. We had a strategy. We had all sorts of things. But I think we managed to do certain things in Free State. And I don't know where did it end up after the Senegal disaster. All the structures in Free State were meeting every month. and reporting to the provincial office once after 2 months, I can't remember. And those things were effective, Minister, because people talk today, they want results tomorrow. But if we can't meet and we can't share the platform with farmers, all the stakeholders, there's no way that we can achieve this goal. I'm appealing now, lastly, the section that you guys are proposing, the commissioner spoke about the division that you guys are bringing in terms of bringing the activities of the stock theft police. There are very few apart amongst ourselves. If you report something, it takes a week or 7 days before the real people can come and investigate. Now, if they come after 7 days, what are they going to investigate? So I think we need to identify those units that you're saying are going to be added around the country to strengthen the stock theft unit. If we can have those people, and each and every town more or less can have a little bit of stock theft unit, that can, as soon as you report, they go there same time and do something. It would be better. The investigating officers and whatever, they come, but they will say they will give it to the unit theft. Now, by the time they come, really, it's over. So I'm appealing to all of us. Let's just get the report of the forum so that we can see where are we. What is it that needs to be strengthened from this forum? And then next time when we meet again, we must also follow certain things that we have been doing. I think Deputy Minister was there in Paris. Deputy Minister, now I'm saying Deputy Minister was there in Paris. And also part of the structures. Let's get those programs together and evaluate them and even decentralize certain decisions that needs to be done in the provinces. So that when we come here, we report to say, this is our achievement, this is our failure. Then we can address those things. But every time when you come here, really, we feel so sad because we hear so many people who have just lost the stock. And I don't want to come here and talk about police. We have been talking about police so many times. It's not going to worth it. Police, please, let's just engage in structure so that when somebody does wrong, it's been reported to that structure. That person can be brought into that structure. I thank you.
Thank you very much. There's quite a few progressive comments that were made. Minister, also want to indicate that there's individuals here from 3 other provinces as well. So I believe so far Free State was commenting, and others, please, you may comment as well, that stakeholders from other provinces. Can we have the next stakeholder? Thank you.
Thank you. Mangibulise wonke umuntu okhoyo phakathi kwendlu, ngibulise Minister Dakamacingwana. Ndivuyela ubakho koNasional. Ndivuya ndinethemba lokuba zikhona into ezizawutshintsha. Ilizwe lakowethu omama baphethwe zistroke. Imfuyo zabo zithathwa ilanga nelanga. Ndiyacela ke wonke umuntu ebesenza izenzo mandiza zisekuqala. Othethayo nguSakhele wakaSoldaka ophuma eStexprit. Ndifuna ukuqala ngento ethi umuntu ebesenza izinto ezilimaza isizwe sase South Africa. Ingathi ngobukho bakho Minister ibe namhlanje izawutshintsha impilo abantu base South Africa. Ndifuna ukuqala ke ndiyayiva abantu bayakhala inene ngabantwana bethu or abantakwethu abasebenza kucandelo lokusikhusela ngokuthinjwa ke izikrelemnqa zinemali Minister Umntu utshintsha kalento ebeyiyo ngenxa yoba ebona into ayiphetheyo. Ndifuna uncoma ke mna othethayo nguChairperson pha eStaxprit kwagijima. Amapolisa esinawo pha Minister sisebenzisana kakhulu. UCaptain wamanmana bukhona napha warakezangana umfana nje omncane onentshisakelo yokusebenzela elizwe. Sinontate esimfumeneyo apha emalangeni andimazi nasebusweni bari ke ntate etsweni andingeke ndimkhomba ndimazi sithetha ngokwe moya. Kodwa ndinethemba ke ingathi uyandinika ithemba loba uzawulikhusela elaphondo lase Eastern Cape. Ndicela into enye ke sipolisa sakuthi abantu mabakhala masingadikeki ngabo. Ngoba bakhona abantu abadikekayo abantu xa bakhala ingathi balwa namapolisa. Asikwazi ukulwa nabantu abasikhuselayo. Kodwa ingathi bangasikhusela ngenyani nangenyaniso. Mntakamacingwana ndifuna uba nezicelo eziyi-5 uyawundixolela nkokeli yam. Kunqabile udibana nawe. Yinto enqabe kakhulu leyo. Ndifuna ukuqala kweli candelo le-stock theft. Kweza ndaba sikuzo pha eStaxprit simelene nelisuthu. Uwele lihlobo. Abantu baselisuthu bawela intando yabo bazothatha loo nto bayifunayo or ngumphefumlo womntu or bazothatha impahla zomntu inkomo of igusha. Ndicela into ethi ingathi kwecala le-stock theft ungakusongezele kokheli yam amapolisa angotata. Ngoba phaya kunyukwa intaba phaya elisuthu awuzukwazi unyusa omama yi-abuse xa ndiyijonga kodwa nditsho. Kodwa ingathi bongasinceda nkokheli yam ngaloo nto ingaba ukwazile ukubanceda abantu baseStaxprit. Eyesibini endifuna ukuyicela nkokheli yam umda wethu ugquba inkomo impungutya. Angazi ke ngesizulu ngizibizani nina. Kuwelwa nje apho kuthandwa khona. Ingathi uba ikhona into make kwenziwe into yokuvala laa mda abantu ke bawele ngekwe-order. Eyesithathu nkokheli yam kunento ekudala ke sikhala ngayo enziwa eHaranaha elisuthu ekuthiwa yi-Bavis. Loo nto ke mna ndiyazi into ebhalwa elisuthu qha ayiweleli eSouth Africa. Kodwa sifumana apha eSouth Africa kunomntu ophethe ezo document ezithetha ngelisuthu qha. Akwazi ukugqitha ke lo mntu ayotshona apha yakhona ngezo document. Ngoba kaloku thina iiphawana zethu zincinci. Siyayirhalela ke nkokheli yam kinqandwe lamkhuba yokuthatha iBavis kungenwa ngayo eSouth Africa. iBavis ke liphepha eliblue endicinga uba liphelele elisuthu alingeni eSouth Africa. Elo phepha ke mntakamacingwana liyahlanjwa phaya elisuthu ngespirit libhale ezinye zihambe libuye lizobhala ezinye zihambe lihlanjiwe. Siyacela ke mapolisa kuthi hle iBavis mayingagqubi eSouth Africa iyasithelekisa nide singathi sikhona apho singaboni ngasonye kanti siyabona. Xa abantu bengxola ke nina nibona ingathi balwa nani. Uba singancedwa ngezo zinto eyesine kuba ndizaya kweyokugcina babamacingwana. Ndiyacela impahla nkokheli yamazibiwa emini zibiwa ebusuku. Elicandolo le-stock theft ke ngofo liyatshayisa ligodukile. Kubani ozawujonga izinto ezibiwayo? Ngathi kungake kwenziwe iplani stock theft kube ne team engena ebusuku
egadayo kube neteam yasemini loo nto ke ingancedisi akho mntu uzawuvuka kwakhe mphathi wam ahambe ayoleqa selele ngebhijam ingathi ngakiqwalisele loo nto. Eyesibini kucala le crime phaya ke kusekhona abatata bento ezigreen be-border post abagadileyo ingathi ngakilungiswe le nto uba amapolisa we-crime ithi xa kugqitha inkomo of intoni athi hayi angomsebenzi wam lo ingathi ngakenziwe ke silwe ngokuphathisana singabahlali nonke umuntu ose-South Africa ingathi angancedisana nokuzinqanda izinto ezingena-rongo kungathiwa hayi fanele kuzi-stock theft. Uba ingake loo nto ilungiswe mntakamacingwana ikhona itshintsho lingenza uba i-South Africa ihlonipheke. Okokuqala ndiye ekugqibeleni amapolisa kowethu through speaking akahlonitshwanga ngabantu baseLesotho futhi akababoni nabangamapolisa na kodwa ubungene phaa ngaphakathi eLesotho ahlonitshiwe amapolisa aseLesotho ngabantu baseLesotho bade batsho athi ntate ndixolele ubanjwe eSouth Africa uba ndingabanjwe eLesotho. Ma ungadelelwa umthetho welizwe mntakamacingwana lilizwe loba omkhulu eli elifana uba nabani xa ingena bazazi uba ungene kwelinye ilizwe. Uba singandenzela nje ezo zinto ke abantu abazali omama abanganatata mntakamacingwana asilali bazonyanya ke abanye abaxhamlayo ngezo zinto uve kuthiwa hey ezazinja zikagijima enjalongo mntakamacingwana sitori kwarongo ngenxa yoba abantu belungiselela uba bona bahambe kamandi. Mntakamacingwana omama ubungayiva intlungu yabo eyenziwa anditsho ke ngamapolisa wonke mandiqithe kuloo ndawo ye akhona amapolisa afuna usebenzela elizwe bakhona onyawo ke amasithethe naloyo mntakamacingwana bakhona onyawo abaphazamisana nenkqubo ithi xa ifika kuwe mama andibize ngendlela erongo uthi nawe xa ujonga uthi yu barongo but hayi njalongo funeka niyazi uba intlungu esebantwini apha ke mama bakhona amafama asentlungwini into zawo zithatha ulwanga nolwanga bakhona amafama amancane apha ekuhlaleni akusekho zinto kumila izingca. Intlungu ke umuntu xa ethethe esentlungwini ungadesi ukuthi uyageza wena kanti ulinyazwa kukuba ehlala ingcungcuthekiswa. Yini siyacela nkokeli yam sawukhuseleka xa kutheni eSouth Africa xa sizawulala nenkomo ebuhlanti. Siyabulela enkosi. Thank you.
Thank you. Once again, stakeholders, let us keep it to the point because lots of stakeholders would like to comment and time is not necessarily on our side. So you may proceed.
Thank you, Minister. Commissioner, MECs, all senior officers, farmers, and all protocol observed. I'm Bauer Haupt. I'm representing the Integrated Wildlife Zone for the Free State and Northern Cape and a part of Northwest. That's the endangered species. Too close. Is it better there?
Yeah.
Okay. So I'm Bauer Haupt. I'm representing the Integrated Wildlife Zone. Bauer Haupt. Bauer Haupt, H-A-U-P-T. The Integrated Wildlife Zone for the Free State, the Northern Cape, and parts of the Molopo. I'm also a member of the E2, and I'm also representing the agri-structure in the Free State, Northern Cape, and Northwest in terms of technology. All the cameras that you see, 90% of those cameras are running through our office to the NOCC and the POCCs, and we assist the police with technology in terms of fighting crime. I firstly want to address the endangered species. And we haven't time to go into the detail of that. But since 2014, in the Free State and Northern Cape, we lost endangered species in form of rhino, equal to 100,000 sheep. And we've had 3 convictions. 1 in the Northern Cape and 2 in the Free State. Through our actions and through the technology, our structure, small structure, were able to operationalize at least 39 arrests throughout the country. One of our biggest problems is some of these suspects are arrested over and over. Another big challenge for us in endangered species is the corruption within the structures. Currently, there is a police officer's vehicle in Herzogsville. He's from the TRT in Kimberley. The poachers that was arrested, arrived in his vehicle. There's 3 other cases in our province where the police is involved. Stock theft and endangered species is an organized crime threat, and we have to address that. Minister, Commissioner, I want to plead to you. You have to capacitate your stock theft units. Your stock theft units is not capacitated to address this as an organized crime threat. Just think of it. Your vulnerable communities that has just spoken, and all of them, some of them are losing their pension overnight because everything is stolen. We assist those communities through the technology and through the police, the E2 structure. But how can those vulnerable communities fight an organized crime syndicate? Many of them coming from Mozambique, from Zimbabwe, and all over, and other countries adjacent to us. It's impossible. Then I want to close to say, the ANPR structure, that's a number plate structure, that the farmers, the agri structure, just in these 3 provinces that I've mentioned, has invested 300 million rand into that structure. It costs the farmers currently 2 to 3 million rand a month just to maintain that structure. And I think all our partners in the police will say that the camera structure at this stage is one of the most effective systems to assist them to operationalize arrests. Now, we have a challenge that many of the organized crime syndicates attack those structures. That we know. And we've put in place certain structures to protect it. But currently, and I'm glad that the MECs for transport are here, currently our biggest threat to this structure that is supporting the police, only from our structure, 46 million reads on a monthly basis running to the police, through the police structures, through our structures. Currently, Sunroll wants to license those camera poles adjacent to the roads and burden the farmers even more. They've already put up the structure. Now Sunroll want to license it, and that will be additional costs to maintain this infrastructure. So we need your assistance with respect to that as well. Then I can also say that, yes, lastly, we need your assistance to address stock theft and endangered species as an organized crime threat. You need to address it as an organized crime threat, otherwise we will not win the battle against endangered species and stock theft. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ake dumedise maqingwana, dumedise le moifo wa hao o latelana ka bona o lo fella majoro o re hostleng mo. I greet you, the minister, and the protocol observed, up to the mayor who has hosted us today. I've just got some inputs. I'm not complaining. My name is Mike Makwa, from Chairperson of AFASA in this region.
I want to say to you, Minister, we've got 7 technical institutions in the Republic of South Africa, of which it's you. Thank you. The government is funding them. The technology is there. We should not be sitting here today like the previous years, whereas we've got technology, talking of the same thing every day. But you are funding the institution, you are giving the input to the institutions, but you don't get the outputs. The technology is there, the last one is the CSIR is there. The committees which were established years ago, they must just combine, I want just to give that input, together with the institutions. The research is there, everything is there. So that to make everything easy for the police and for the communities, I mean, we are in this age now. We should not live like we were off yesterday. So, Nikikopa, that is the only one which I'm going to say. It is true what the communities are saying about this, but we need to use the fastest ways and the technology, the latest technology. That's all what I wanted to say.
Thank you.
Sanbonani, Mhlonishwa. Maqengwane. Siyabonga baba ukuthi ulana. Sawubingelele. Mayor. Nna ke Dave Matsoso ke hlahamole mo Bloomsbury executive. Hape ke mole ho men's forum ya mo Lakeview. Ke tlo starta ka yena pele. Ke tlo starta ke go Mayor ka mo re dulang ka teng. Ho lefifi ho a tshabeha. Re lile ebile re qetile re tetse. Ho lefifi mo Lakeview ntate. Re kopa o go ye mane. O go iphe chance o tsamaye o go lo engage le community ya Lakeview. Re ntse go emetse re a o hloka Lakeview. Mo Lakeview. Re a o hloka ka Lakeview ka mo. Ho lefifi. No wonder di phofolo tsa rona di tsamayang letsatsi le letsatsi. Ke hobaneng ho lefifi. Ke tle spolese. Spolesa. Bloomsbury ha e re faile. Ha ena di resource. Vene ya rona e sebetsang ka rural. O ka e bona e le teng no jena e be e teng ke ne ya sebetsa. In no time ha eyo. Ha hona koloi ho hang. Ha re founa hona jwale tjena. Hona le crisis ka mo. Bloomsbury e kgolo haholo. Ha ke sure hore le aweka hore Bloomsbury e kgolo haholo. Ena le di sector tse 5 and hona le di informal settlement tse ding tsentseng di kena hodima ka hara Bloomsbury. And then there's nothing. How na di vehicle in Bloomsbury? Minister, re kopa ha o tloha mo o go tsamaya lo checka Bloomsbury police station. Bloomsbury e mathata. Re tlo ya mo le re lwantshana le maponesana a Bloomsbury re ba yentseng re bolele ntate Fotwana ka mkhwa le useless ka teng empa ha ana di resource. Re mona kaofela we are aware of it. Ha ana di resource ka di sector tse 5 tse kgolo. Ha qeta Bloomsbury e be sebetsana le di plus. Ho sena di resource. Le butsi satellite le entse satellite on scale ha e so operate. Ntse thotse le hona jwale tje. Beke ka pelo e fitileng ke nyamelletswe ke dikgomo, ke dinku le dipudi. Men's forum ba tlile ka 12 o'clock ke a mehlape ya ka e nyamela. Ha e qeta o nyamela immediately re qeta o checka re bona hore e ka re dinku e ka koloi ra tsamaya ya police station. A re fitla police station o no sena van. Ha ona assistant. Ka tlameha o tsamaya ke ntlo ke kgutla hape o seng hore ke tlo bula case. Ha ebe neng hono hona koloi ya neng ntse sebetsa ya rural. Ha ebe neng ntse le teng bana le yona ba ne ba re assist haholo. Bana ba matha ka diplotong ka mane. Ba jwale ha bana yona ya rural ha isa leyo Ha re na yona vene. Imagine ha vene o hloka vene e be le Caleb Motsabi e le sining ya meda. It's going to take hours more sining. So this one here, how it will come after. Ha ba tloha mo ba kopana le enngwe hape ya rape. E santse ke di priorities tsena tse ke buang ka tsona. E tlameha attend those cases. Ya stock 50 e tla tla ka morao. How check up case ya how? E bulwa kwa ka bo 12 kapa the following day. There is nothing happening. The community, that is where the community is going back to the police station or to the station commander, saying the station commander is useless. But hali mo feed resource. Bloomsbury has capacity. Trying hona jwale tjena le mona hore le thusetse. Ka mo Lakeview, bontate ba teng ba eme ba ikopantse. So ha ba ikopantse, ba kgona hore ba ka thibella diphoofolo. Now recently hona le diphoofolo tsene di tswa ka this side ya Rode Valley. Di kgonne ho thijwa ke bo bang ke bontate ba ka Lakeview. Mohlang ba stock 50 ba fitlang ba batla ho tshwara bontate ba thibileng diphoofolo tse utsuwang bosibu ka bo 2 hoseng. Ke ha ba batla ho bona ebe bona ba kwallwang empa ileng ba di thibile. Maponesa a rona le rona bana ba stock 50. Ha ke tsebe kapa ba hloka training tate Mokoena kapa ho etsahalang. Re phone re buile hore hona le diphoofolo ke tsena mona re di tshwere di sebakeng se tjena. Mara ha ba fitla the same person e ba fumana diphoofolo ha hae. Re di keepile because re ka se di tlwelle re di tsamaye ha di kena ka ramacation ha di sa tla fumana ha. Ha monga teng a fitla o batla betsa issue ya diphoofolo tsa hae le di tshwaretswe mo kana go ho tshwerwe mashodu a baleile ba sia diphoofolo bontate ba ka mo ka Lakeview ba tswile ka dikoloi tsa bona ho lelekisa batho bana be ba di gata ka nqa ile nngwe. Ha nna ntwe ke hatellang ke hore Lakeview Bloomsbury e hloka thuso ya lona. Ha ena di resource. Trying ho how to sebetsa vene tse tharo di sectoreng tse 5. Minister, how to long ho bapalwa ka batho. Le batho bana ba sebetsang mono the whole brigadier wa mono le yena ba le stress ke motho. Because the community is too large, is too big. I can try to assist Antonio.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ke a leboga. Morena Msora Marapo. Thank you very much. All protocol observed. Realetamisha, Minister and the Deputy Minister. Akinya Kekoya Lolo. My name is Franz Diale, popularly known as Mokodumo. I'm from Limpopo, and I'm representing the frustrated farmers in Limpopo who are also here. I think there are about 12 members that we traveled with, from Elias Motsoaledi, Ephraim Mrale, Lepelle Ngumbi, Makudi Tamara, and Feta Homo. They are here. So we thank you for this opportunity. We don't want to waste your time. We'll just raise a few items and also maybe tap on our proposal in terms of the solutions with the current challenge that we are having as far as stock theft is concerned. We come a long way. We have lost parents. We have lost old people because of stock theft. And we have also lost our own members because of the same challenges with stock theft. I remember one of our outstanding case where an old lady was murdered in Ephraim Mrale. and the child was also shot many times, and the house was burned by these stock theft thieves. And there are many other incidents. If you need records, we can always provide that. We have them in writing. And I want to talk about key issues that we have built from our structures. Our structure starts from villages, whereby we've got the deep point, in order for us to make sure that we avoid associating with the thieves. We recognize the farmers from the deep point, because the farmers knows each other. They know those who are stealing and those who are not stealing as community members. So as a result, we built our structures from the deep point, and then it will go to the village, it will go to the municipality. From the municipality, it goes to the whole district. And from the district, we also link up with other districts in Limpopo. And we have one communication channel so that whatever that is happening in another municipality or in another district, we can then be able to, through our WhatsApp details, portals, engage other colleagues from other areas. Just like yesterday, there was one guy who was arrested in Marble Hall. Through our WhatsApp, we managed to trace the goats up to Lepalale. So that's how strong the network is in Limpopo. And we want to also take this opportunity not to make a mistake to thank the officials that you gave us, Minister in Limpopo, starting from the provincial commissioner, the district commissioner, the brigadier responsible for stock theft, the colonels. We know all of them, and we are very proud of the team with the efforts that they've actually put in place since we started engaging them. There is a lot of progress in terms of managing stock theft in Limpopo. The items that we want to sponsor, the first one is the absence of the SPCA on the ground. Animals are being abused, loaded in the back of the buggies, about 3 or 4 in the back of the buggy under the sail. And there is no charges with regards to those kind of challenges. We would like to call upon the ministry to look on that item. Visible policing, especially at the access at our auctions. We have a challenge whereby this theft attacks, they are using vehicles that are not properly registered. So we will appreciate if these vehicles with wrong registrations can be tackled within the auctions and even through the access. And then the other thing is acceptance of new branded animals in the auction yard. That is unacceptable, and we will appreciate if those animals can be packed, proper investigations be done, if possible, not be allowed to be processed through the auctions. The asset forfeiture unit, when these nice vehicles our brothers and sisters who are stealing our animals are using, these vehicles are not being forfeited, and they become repeated offenders every now and then. So we would like to request that we strengthen that element as well. And then the next thing is the engagement with the communities. I would like to call to the SEPS officials through all their police stations to ensure that they work very closely with the communities, because we are on the ground. We can be able to give them the information that is required as long as we are safe. So those kind of challenges need to be addressed. The problem is that you will go out, give out the information, then the next thing you receive a call from the same person who stole your animals to say I had ABC. I received many calls from them. Luckily, I'm very soft. I just speak to them normally, and we never fight. I promise them that we will meet them in court. And obviously, that is what we are doing. But we want to call upon the prosecution team to ensure that cases that are taken to the court are properly prosecuted. If it comes to a push in terms of workshopping the farmers on how to put statements, so be it. Let's tap on the state resources to empower these farmers in terms of how to actually build their statements. We are doing that, but obviously through SEPs and their partnerships, I think it can also add more value in terms of addressing that kind of a problem. And I'm sorry, I'm a representative, so I don't want to put my mind. I want to put something that has been tested and funneled through our processes. The challenges with regards to brand marking. We have old people in the system. If you think about the local areas where we come from, areas like Hamasemola, Marishane, Jwale, those areas, most people who are farming there are old people. Unfortunately, they don't know much about this brand marking, but also higher. So we are calling on SEPs to also, with partnerships with other organizations in the red meat industry, to improve the numbers in terms of dealing with these issues. We are trying, but obviously we will also appreciate if there can be more support to ensure that all the animals are branded, because once the animals are branded, then we've got one hand up in terms of prosecution. So we are requesting as well to fast track that one. And on top of that, the other issue is the difficulty in opening cases. There is a norm and a practice whereby farmers are struggling to open cases at the behest of the SEPS officials. So we are also calling on that one to ensure that maybe it can also be engaged so that we can simplify that process, because when the farmers are coming to open cases, in essence, they are asking for guidance and support from the law enforcers. So we will appreciate if that process also can be navigated properly. And then, of course, Honorable Minister, we will appreciate if we can have a visit in Limpopo, Sekhukhune area, so that you don't hear from us as the representatives. You can then be able to hear from the farmers themselves, the old people who have lost a lot of stock in that specific area, many cases, but none of those cases has been actually successful. So this is becoming a problem, and we don't want to see the goats, the sheep, and the cattle in the zoo. But if we don't up the game, our kids are going to see them in the zoo in a very short space of time. And we also want to call to the farmers who are buying the stock. These cattle are stolen. It's worth 14,000, 18,000, and you buy it at 5,000, 6,000. That is wrong. It's ethically unacceptable. So we are calling on the farmers who are already established to also play their role and stop buying stolen animals or livestock, and also maybe the Department of Health, just to ensure that they can do proper investigations on the butcheries, how they get their meat. The people who are selling the meat on the street, how are they getting their meat before they sell it? Because that meat belongs to our animals, and we are crying. So in those words, I don't want to waste your time. I want to thank you for this event, even if it was a short notice. In future, let's get the invitations in time so that we can ensure that the farmers are here. But in essence, we are requesting your visit in Limpopo as well. And moreover, vehicles for the police stations In most cases, when we complain, SAPS officials have one vehicle and so on and so on. One will say, I'm on standby, but I don't have a vehicle. It happened in Mudimulle, and it's burning on the ground. So we are requesting that your office do support the police stations with the necessary resources to empower them to do their job. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Just to indicate, the last person on this row, can I have, okay. Anybody else thereafter, let's go to the complaint section and register, because this will take us about 40 minutes and then we'll respond. Thank you.
Sir. Mna ke igama lam ndinguThabang Diphuko. Difamisa eleti grey. Diphuko, Thabang Diphuko. DIPHOOKO. Diphuko. Ngidula ko leti grey. Ndihlala eleti grey ke mna efama ndiyafamisa. Ndizawukhawulezisa ke from 2019 kwathathwa igusa. 2020 kuthathwa igusa. 2021 kuthathwa igusa. 2022 ndiyoqhekezelwa pha efama. Umqhekezi uthatha igrocery yabantwana bam pha. Uthatha amayeza emfuyo yami, inaliti, imitshini yokutofa. Samfumana ukuba ngubani, ndayawuvula icase epolice station elethi grey. Ezinye izinto zam zaphuma kokwabo endlini, ndincediswa ibrother yakhe, ibarbecue ethathile, isentshi, izikhiya zetractor, ndazithatha ndazisa epolice station elethi grey. Ndathi nazi izinto zami ezinye. Njengoba bendivule icase apha ziphuma khabo lomntu. Yathi impendulo, hayi sizamlanda. Basamlanda nangoku. Akakalandwa. 2024 liyabuya elisela ebusuku. Mphathiswa ndandisithi ndiyalibulala, andifuna ukuxokisa. Indlela bendikhathazeke ngayo, liyabuya apha ebusuku elisela, liqhelile. Igusa ngu-00. Ndinikwe igusa ezi-4 ngomnye umlungu, umakhelwana, wathi asuhlala qhubekeka. Liyabuya lizothatha ezigusa lizalithukana kanti sikhona efama. Ndalibetha mphathiswa. Ngendonga. Ndalibetha. Lisindiswa ngokuba kulila abantwana bam. Bendisithi ndiyambulala ndihambe ndiyohlala etrongweni ngoba uyandihlukumeza. Siyaripota epolice station. Asihoyekanga elethi grey. Bakhala abantwana bam bathi hayi tata myeke. Sabiza iveni yamapolisa yamthatha. Bamsento bathi bamsesibhedlela. Nini kuzofika amapolisa apha ndiyabanjwa apha. Ndiyovalelwa etrongweni. Kuthiwa ndosele umuntu. Ngomuntu ekudala ndimripota bhodi moselazi. Phelile ityiphu zam. Ihagu bekethatha. Nge-29 zikaMeyi ndiyovela ecourt, ndiphume ngebheyili ndithetha njapha. Ndiphume ngebheyili, ibuhlungu into esiyenzwa ngaba bantu abathatha izinto zethu ngendluzulu. Masithi siyoripota phala amapolisa wezi. Makuthiwa ubetha umuntu apha beza bebaleka apha bezokuvalela. Hayi masingaphili kabuhlungu apha eSouth Africa. Uyohlala etrongweni ngento yakho uyaripota. Hayi abezi mawubethile beza bebaleka uyovalelwa etrongweni. Mina ndisebenza njalo. Itrongwe ndiyifundiswa ngulo mntu onimoshelayo. Bendisithi ndiyambulala nangoku. Le into andifuna ukuphazama ndahambe ndiyohlala etrongweni. Zizinto zami endizisebenzela nzima eziya. Andizusebenzela omnye umuntu mna. Thank you very much. Ngiyalebuka.
Mandibulisa apha entlanganisweni. Lo othethayo nguMichael Lamani, iphuma e-Eastern Cape. I-province yami iJogabe. I-region yami iJogabe. Into endiyimeleyo apha, mandiqale ndilibulele elisuku lanamhlanje mphathiswa, into yokuba mawudibane nathi singabantu bemibutho kwakunye nabafuyi. Umbutho endikuwo ndikulo mbutho kuthiwa yi-Peace Committee. Umbutho odibanisa iLesotho neSouth Africa. Pha eJogabe siye saba nezo zigqibo ezo ngenxa yokubelwa imfuyo kakhulu. Imfuyo ibibiwa pha eJogabe gqithi. Kodwa ngenxa into yokuba siye sakwazi ukuba masihlale phansi neLesotho sibonisane into yobana sawuncedisana njani. Ndithetha into ethi ke kusela ngoku ukuya phambile noko ukuya emva le. Intsebenziswano yethu neLesotho intle kakhulu. Into endizakuqala kuyo futhi ukuyicela ndenzela uba ndingabisayishiya. Amapolisa aseLesotho anentsebenziswano kakhulu nathi. Ukuba ngaba ibingengawo ngeba eJogabe kusabiwa kakhulu, kodwa ngenxa yamapolisa aseLesotho nabahlali baseLesotho baye benza into yokuba ekuhlaleni kwethu phantsi sikwazi uba siplane into yobana sizayilwa njani lale crime. Nxa ndizawugqitha ke apho ndicele into ethi mphathiswa, njengoba amapolisa aseLesotho esincedisa kangaka nje, thina sinelishwa ke awethu amapolisa awasincedisi, asiwakhaleli phofu ngumthetho okhoyo apha eSouth Africa. Xa bazawuwelela kwela cala funa bajikele ngapha nangapha phambi koba baye phaya. Besicela ke namhlanje into yokuba ukuba ngaba ningakwazi uba ndike nihlale phansi kakuhle ikwenzela uba la mapolisa aseLesotho nalaseSouth Africa ithi xa sidibana singadibani sodwa kuba bona nxa bawela nabantu babo. Thina nxa siwela sisodwa awethu amapolisa ashiyeke ngapha. Besiyicela ke loo nto into yokuba amapolisa aseSouth Africa mawakwazi ukuya nxa siya kwezantlanganiso uba ezantlanganiso zibalulekile. Abaphathiswa baseLesotho bayaya pha bayeza nakweli cala lethu. Yiyo le nto amapolisa wethu aye akwazi ukusebenza. Kodwa ke kusebenza icala elinye kuba bona abakwazi yoplana nabo kwela cala, funa bazoplana nabo sibe kweli cala. Ndibuye ke futhi esibini into ndingene kwinto yokuba mphathiswa ukubonisa into yokuba iJogabe ibibelwa kakhulu. Okwesibini ukungqina le nto nditshoyo into yokuba ukuhlala kwethu neLesotho kuye kwasinceda kangangoba nangoku sinamatheko esinawo iLesotho neSouth Africa qho ngoFebruwari unyaka nonyaka. Nge-27 zikaFebruwari siba seLesotho kulo nyaka sibe lapha besiseManfletcher nge-27 ezi zale nyanga. Unyaka ozayo sizaba seLesotho. Amapolisa aseLesotho ukubonisa uba anenkxaso kwiSouth Africa. Indlela bebebaninzi ngayo ukuba beyosapota elatheko. Sicela ke into yoba nangoku nxa siphinde sisiye eLesotho nawethu akwazi bayonika inkxaso kwela cala ukuba ukubonakalisa into yoba aba bantu abayithandi laa nto yenziwayo uba mababelwe abantu babo mabazosimoshela kweli cala. Ndingene kwizicelo mphathiswa, andizungena kwintshwabulwa, ndizungena kwizikhalazo, ndizawungena nje ezicelweni. Okokuqala le nto yobuwa lemfuyo okuba ngaba namhlanje singake siphume nesisombululo esirayithi sebenza ukusukela namhlanje ukuya phambili. Isizathu soba mandithethe loo nto kungenxa amapolisa. Amapolisa wakho tata ayasebenza apha eJogabe. Futhi indlela abazibamba ngalo izaphulamthetho ezizibayo hayi asifuna uxoka basincedisa gqithi. Ithethe ke into ethi loo nto. Sicela ke into ethi make kube neza ntlanganiso esizenzayo nike nizamkele nani kuba thina siyahlala ngenyanga siyahlala noba ngaba ukangaphi kuba akho langa la mahala thina siyi-peace committee singahlali intlanganiso nabantu. And futhi loo nto leyo iyasincedisa phaa ebantwini kuba into esithetha nayo ngabantu ilula yinto kokuba umntu abangamaziyo kwilali yabo, umntu omoshayo kwilali yabo, ipolisa likhona, mababe wohlebela amapolisa, and bawahlebela amapolisa, and amapolisa ababamba izaphulamthetho ezidibene nemfuyo phaa eJoqane. Loo nto ke sicele ke into yokuba ke nabo ngenxa yokusokola intlanganiso zethu bazihlala bengazihlali ngenxa yokusokola asibagxeki babethwa ngumsebenzi omninzi phaa kubo. Isikingase ke inkolo yethu thina yokuba sawuthi silulwe ulwaphulamthetho ibe zezintlanganiso nabo bake bafike bathethe nabantu phaya ukwenzela abantu bayibone le nto into yokuba ulwaphulamthetho alibalulekanga phakathi kwabo. Okwesithathu ndibuye ndingene kwinto njengoba beke kwathethwa apha ngezinto zokushota kwizixhobo zamapolisa, sizawubala zibe mbini zibe ntathu. iJoqane nxa uyijonga isezintabeni, iJoqane isezintabeni, olubiwo lihamba phaya ezintabeni nalapha endleleni liyahamba, sathetha ngokuhamba phaa phezulu ezintabeni. Amapolisa wethu afika esekudala zimkile izinto, asawelela ilisuthu ngoku, asifuni uxoka, ziwelela ilisuthu izinto zijikeleza kwalapha eSouth Africa ngoku, jikeleza kwalapha eSouth Africa. Abesuthu bavalile phaa emdeni ngci, bavalile ukusuka apha etele ukuyokuma ngeqasha sneki kuvaliwe phaya. Ngoku besisithi ke ukulungiselela loo nto njengoba besezintabeni njeni okuba ngaba kuyakwazi ukuba mayenzeke loo nto, amahashi mawo ke awanikwe la mapolisa bangahleleke bephezu kwemoto ngalo lonke ixesha kuba ezi moto zinyuki kula maqaqa, bahamba abambe bafike baphelelwe bangakwazi noba ngaba kuyakhonjwa kuthiwa bezihambe apha bona kusakwazi bafuna beshiye ezaa moto phaa bahambe ngenyawo. Ngoku loo nto ekugqibeleni izawuhamba ihambe ibagxigise ngabantu ibe ngathi abasebenzi kanti kukuphela kweenyawo zabo ebenigqibe nabo ngazi uba nibanika zona. Besisithi le nto mahashi ke siyayicela into yokuba mayike ibe khona, ibe ngumbono ozaba rayithi kwezaa police station zakwaStoktheft apha eJoqane. Esesibini isisombululo thina esisibonayo kule nto yobuwa kwemfuyo kangaka, urhulumente wethu unazo indlela ebesezicwangcisile nangaphambili zokuba mazisetyenziswe ukuba olu dlame lungaka malingathi liyehla. Alikwazi ukehla ke ngonje ngenxa yento yoba zikhona izinto ezingekenziwa ncam kwezi police station. Umzekelo ndizawuthetha ngale esiye sayibona thina siyi-peace committee. Urhulumente wayethe nxa yesekwa kwaba nalaa nto ethi yi-community in blue. Ukuba ngaba urhulumente wethu angakhuthaza eza komiti phaa ekuhlaleni, ndiqinisekile yonke le nto ibithethwa apha izawukwazi uba mayehle kuba aba bantu xa ulandelela inkqubo yabo basetyangwa amapolisa kakhulu and bayakwazi ukusebenza namapolisa ebusuku nasemini kukupatrola kukwenza yonke laa nto. Kodwa ngenxa yokuba abekho kwezi police station abantu, yiyo le nto ngokudaleka into yoba olu dlame libe ngaka kuba la masela sihlala nawo apha ezindlini. Kodwa uba ngaba amapolisa bangonyula aba bantu basebenze nabo, qinisekile into yokuba apha eJoqane liza kwehla ulwaphulamthetho. Ndibuye ndize kule nto esesiyicelayo enye, yinto yokokuba apha eJoqane usafety siyamcela into yokuba sike iqalile phofu loo nto, ndithetha ngento ekhoyo. Yile nto sithi amapolisa aseSterkspruit waseJoqane bayasebenza. Usafety sicela into yokokuba akwazi into yokuba afikelele kakhulu ngokufundisa abantu bangumsebenzi wakhe lowa, ngokufundisa abantu phaa ekuhlaleni into yokuba yintoni erongo yintoni erayithi, nalapho izawusincedisa loo nto into uba ulwaphulamthetho likwazi ukuba malehle. Seyiqalile ke loo nto apha eJoqane. Eyokugqibela ndize kule nto amafama. Amafama phaya sineendidi ezimbini phaa, ngabamhlophe ngabantsundu. into enziwa ngamapolisa ngoku njengoba sithethe babhizi into yokokuba aba bantu mabadibane ezakwa-rural safety inyanga nenyanga itsho ugqabi sixelele loo nto i-alvani sixelele loo nto uba makudityanwe kwenziwe ezakomiti ukwenzela into yokuba inyanga nenyanga sikwazi into yokuba kwezi zinto sizikhalazelayo zonke apha xa sizixoxa phaya akuzukufana kunokokuba singazixoxi phaa sizozikhalazela kakhulu apha xa sidibene phaya sizawakwazi ukuza nesisombululo sithathe loo nto ke ngokuba namapolisa musakhona kwezantlanganiso sithathe loo nto amapolisa akwazi uba ayigqithisele kuni ibe nini ke ngonje ababonayo into yoba yeyiphi erayithi yeyiphi erong okuba ngaba singancedwa elo hlobo siyitsho uqabi la mapolisa sithetha ngawo apha namhlanje angeke aphinde agxekwe kuthiwa awasebenzi isele xa uncoya etsho uqabi ndiqinisekile ngoku ziyafuthaniselana abantu bafuthaniselana ngenxa yamapolisa wenu indlela abababamba ngabo abesuthu abakhoyo apha kuba sebehlala apha msengabantu bethu ngela hlobo abantu kodwa amapolisa ayakwazi babamba njengoba bemosha kangakanje enkosi.
Okay, thank you. Please remember we have half an hour more for this engagement, and then we're going to respond.
Molweni bahlonitshwa ndibulisile into endize ngayo apha inoba zinto ezintathu ndinguphatha phi ndingudyasi ndipha ephela ndaba esTexprate chairperson wepeace committee pha into endicinga uqala ngayo yethi kunenhloni endizibona kulaa ndawo ndihlala kuyo ipolice station epha kuthiwa iPhumalanga abakhuselekanga amapolisa ahlala pha akho mntu novuma umntana akasebenze pha ubuyanqonqoza pha ebusuku ufika umuntu esenjenje woyika uphuma ayikhuselekanga nje iyafana nje namagxamisi wethu la police station sicela ikihlolwe ngenye indlela ayiyo ndawo yosebenza abantu leya ndigqithe ke kuloo ndawo into endiyimele apha endizoyicela inye kuphela urhulumente makakadibana lo rhulumente waseLesotho inye qha into angasinceda ngayo leyo ba sibe sityholana izusinceda ngato make kupheliswe le mibutho ingaka ijonga ubusela ipolitika ngemfuyo zethu bafaka ipolitika ebuseleni abantu njengoba sikhokhela le mibutho nam ndifuna ugqama ugqithe eminye imibutho funeka into yoba ngoku simoshe siyomoshela eminye imibutho sithi ngomnye umbutho kungena ipolitika awunawukwazi uma phambi kwepolitiki noba sowunamandla angakanani ipolitiki yehlule so kufuneka urhulumente asincede ngento enye makaphelise le mibutho ingaka umbutho ube mnye ujongane nobusela nxa imininzi sipolitika ngemfuyo zabantu sibuye sizokhalela urhulumente kodwa sithi abapolitika ngemfuyo zabantu inkosi mhlonitshwa.
Ha ke dumedise ho boetapele bohle ba rona ho ya ka ditulo ka ho fapana ke lebohe monga sebaka ntate Nthatisi le ha sa le siko ke lebohe motsamaisi wa rona e leng MEC Mbalula le ministera le bohle ba mo okametse ba tsamayang le bona ntate le bomme nna ha ke na ditaba tse ngata ditaba ke tse tshwarehang tse ke di tshwereng re na le lebitso la ka ke mme Magele ka tlasa umbrella ya BLC Botshabelo chairperson ya Bashan Community Development chairperson ya di-patrollers tsa Botshabelo re na le bothata ka diphoofolo tsa rona tse lahlehang ka hare ho Botshabelo di-commonaging le hohle bothata ba rona ke bona re na le di-foreigners tse dulang di ketlile ho tlatla di rinkela diphoofolo tsa rona ka tlasa tshireletso ya ba bang ba sepolesa ha ke tjho jwalo ke bolela dintlha ke tsena ha re fumana dintlha tseo re bile re na le bopaki bo tshwarehang hore diphoofolo tsa rona ke tsena re di fumane ka hara lesaka la foreigner case ya fela re na le di-case ke tsena tse nyametseng matsong a sepolesa re kopa ho thuswa ka tsona baetapele ba rona, re a le tshepa ebile re a bona hore le ikemiseditse ho re thusa, mme Modimo a le hlonolofatse. Re na le ke tlile le mme mane ha ke tla be ke qale ho ba leadera ya dipatrola se kena motivatileng ha tsebe ho tsamaya hona jwale o na kwallwe lesaka la hae ya baneng ho nkuwa diphoofolo tsa hae kaofela. Tse ding tsa tsona tsa fungwana ho le foreigners tse le leng maponesa ka tshaba ho ya moo a re a ke be a ba ya moo bona bae. Jwale ntho dipedi fela tseo re di kopang ho lona le baetapele ba rona ke hore le re tshireletse ka hore le ke lenke masole ebe wona re katang rona re le borra diphoofolo. Ya bobedi grupu le bule ya mo rona re leng borra diphoofolo re tla isa maponesa ana le mathata a se maponesa kaofela le nkutlwe bontate le bomme empa hona le ao e leng hore a sebetsa le batho bana be leng hore e totobetse ha ba tshwere case ya hao utlwe ditaba di bua ka thoko hore ntja ena re a e fepa ke ntja e re e fepang empa o tshwere motho eno mme in case motho a ntshuwe a sa tshwerwe bontate re eme re tlo mamela case a tswe ka monyakwane be le hore ho fedile. Haufinyana kgoding e fetileng e mong wa barui ba rona ka a tshwere dinku tsa hae tse 38 ka hara lesaka la motho eno o ile a tshosetswa le bana ba hae ho tsamaya leponesa le bontsha ditsotsi tsena tse rekuweng motho yenwa le lelapa la hae. Baba ba mo jwetsa hore wena wa phapa ha o batla o ska thulana le mathata ke hore o qhale case eo ngwana ha o ke ena se re mo tshwere ka ga matsoho a rona o diatleng tsa rona re tsietsing haholo rona be leng bahlolohadi beo diphoofolo tsena di fetuleng banna ba rona di nkua fela ke ditsotsi. Re kopa tshireletso ya lona ntate Mbalula. O ile wa ya ntate Mbalula wa leka jole re a bona hore o eme ka loto o batla ho re thusa mme re a dumela ho wena go tla re thusa. Ke a leboha.
Baholo dumelang ke a le dumedisa ke nna Meivodia Abraham Sohla motseng wa Thabantsho ke a le dumedisa ke a le bona mo baholo re utlwile bohloko fela re tshwantse re fumane di solutions. Hona le di tracker tse re kopang hore puso e re thuse ka tsone tsa di caller ba re atumeletse tsone o gona ho ikenya khomong o gona ho ikenya puding ka ponkung ha re batla re tshwantse re batle Cape Town ka po Joburg re atumeletseng tsone dikoporasing tsa rona re gone hore re direke ka bo haufinyana hore re tsebe hore re trace diphoofolo tsa rona because e tsamaya ka phone ya motho o gona hore o enke e linke le phone ya hao ha kgomo ya hao e tsamaya a distance e tloang lapeng la hao e ya somewhere phone ya hao ya lla. Jwale batho ba kamane ka Thabantsho ka di trusting ba bang ba tsone ha ba di tsebe taba tseno ha ba tsebe le hore ba ka di fumana kae ba bang ba tsone ebile ha ba kgone hore ba ka bala ntate wa ka. Jwale re kopa puso e re atumeletse dikhola tseo e re atumeletse di tracker tseo hore re tle ho be beterenyana re kgathetse ko lla ka maponesa hona tjena ne ke lahletswe ke nku tse 10 bekeng e fetileng ke ipatletse tsone ka itatela tsone ka emela maponesa 4 hours mo ke le mme wa lehlanya ke hlanyetsa phoofolo tsaka ha ba qeta ha ba fihla ba mpotsa gore na ha ke tshabe ditso ke tlo tshaba ditsotsi ke le mme wa mohlola ha di a fepang bana ka ntho tseo tsaka nke ka tshaba ke tlo hlaya ke tsamaile mono ke fumane diphoofolo tsaka. Jwale re thuseng puso ha e re thuse ha e re atumeletse di tracker tseo e rute batho ka tsone ho tlo ho be simple. Ke a leboha ke se ke se kopang.
Mandibulise kubaphathiswa. Samuel Chego mna. Pa Stack Street. Ndipha kule ndawo bathi Eshel, pa Stack Street. Phaya Eshel. Sibelwa ngamafama. Lamakhulu imfuyo yethu. Kunomama bamthathela inkomo eziyi-34. Sawuzifumana kwifama yalo tata. Kwezi fama zaseLady Grey. Enye ifama izithengisa zonke into zayo. Iphila ngokuba phaa kuthi elalini. Iyothengisa kwakhona. Besicela ezafama noko urhulumente mphathiswa aba bantu bangasenanto efama mababuyele ezilalini kunikwe umuntu ofuna usebenza efama. Khona ngoku le nyanga ephelile bendipha kuyona le fama yayibe inkomo zalo mama ngehashi lala mama eli athutha ngalo ukutya ukusentabeni egxamesini. Lemkile kuthwalwa ngentloko ngoku. Sihlutshwa yileti grey thina phaa Eshel. Ngabantu besihlala nabo ugovernment wabanika ifama. Bathatha kuthi ngoku. Siyacela andimboni apha ekhoyo ipolisa lethu uTshangela. Usebenza kakhulu laa mfana. Usebenza seselifini. Ubani mfonele uyawenza umsebenzi wakhe. Akathi ndiselifini. Utsho wayitsho iHeshel yarayithi, iHeshel irayithi kakhulu. Kukho umzi ke apho safumana zivalelwa khona ezigusha. Sakugcwele umgquba ngaphakathi endlini. Ndandinaye uShangela ndambiza. Singazani ndathi ngicela amapolisa kwaza ufika yena. Babanjwa abo bantu basephakathi. Umnikazi umzi yena ugwetywe 6,009 months. Ugqiba uphuma ke ngoku umnikazi umzi. Abasela sengaphakathi. uShangela utshintshe yonke into ibipha eStack Street. Hayi bekungasetyenzwa. Kuyasetyenzwa ngoku. Ndiyambulela qha nisincedise ngalamafama angananto umuntu ohlala efama ulimaza thina enkosi mphathiswa.
Ha ke dumedise baetapele. Ntate Senzo le moifo wa hao. Ke lebohe ntate Jabumba Lula. O kile a fihla ka rona ka mola. Ma-Afrika a nketswe ntho tsa bona. Ba di nkuwe le ruo ke banka ya motho ya motsho. Ke nna ntse ke tle. Ne ke tlhotlhoga fela ka mo. Di nkuwe le rumo ke banka ya motho ya motsho. Ka lebitso ke David. Sefane ke Scare. Ke hlaya Thabantsho, Southern rural areas. Ke emetse di villages tse 14 le di plus. Taba ke ena mo eteng rua ke banka motho wa motsho. Ke bua le batho ba batsho ba nkutlwa. Le nkua bosiu le motshehare. Saeteng la Thabantsho ha re dubui ke batho ba bangata 5. Ya tshwarwa. Le last week nkutsa kwa Ministerial di krewe hape mothonyane. Ha go lo shebuya batho ba dulang ba hlaya ka di case man. Khore ba papading ba nka fela. Ba tshwarwa. Khomi ya motho di khomi tsa motho di fumana o di ma trailer. Motho ya ba sa grape a le poso. E le re khomi tsa di palamisitse trailer. A ke lo shebuya tabeo. Ene ke kopa hape. Ke bua ka crime ke kopanya. Ho bolawa batho South Africa. Human trafficking hodimo. Ha re tle mona ke le ka ho tla ka tharollo. Ke khutlela morao re na le ntho ele reng seolo, seholo, isdolo sa Africa, ma Africa re ntho ele nngwe. Ditsotsi di kene South Africa di a duba, ma Africa sa bile a lwantshana. Wa Lesotho wa Zimbabwe wa kae, ma Africa se re le lwantshana. ha mmuso wa rona president ya South Africa e ke bitse meeting wa di president tsa Africa di tle ka tharollo ya ntweng ke yone e ka e rarollang ho na le batho ba hlahang dinaheng tse ding ba etsa crime ka mona ke re molao wa South Africa o monatenyana wa iketsetswa ebile wa sunwana mo ba tshaba ka mane ba tle ba tseba hore motho wa o ke enwa ka mona o ntsa re senyetsa ene re kopa le hape hle maponesa a teng a le ka mara a fiwa sebetsang a manga sebetsa le magodu ba ntse ba sebetsa le magodu ha ke le itukolle mosebetsing hle le sie batho ba batlang go sebetsa thank you.
Good day, Minister, MECs, General, all protocol observed. I'm Jane Buys. I'm a safety risk analyst with Free State Agriculture, Vrystaat Landbou. We are the union representing a lot of the commercial farmers in the Free State. Thanks for the opportunity quickly to address you. I will actually put forward 5 very critical points. The first one is the rural safety coordinators that are supposed to be at the urban-rural mixed police stations and the rural police stations. Now, please, Minister, those people need to be dedicated to rural safety because they have also a lot of other jobs to perform at the stations. If there's police stations that have capacity in terms of manpower, we will prefer that there are 2 rural safety coordinators where possible with a dedicated vehicle. Now, how do we address stock theft? We need to prevent stock theft before we investigate stock theft. So that's why it's important for rural safety to have dedicated rural safety coordinators, dedicated vehicles, and then we also ask for that rural safety coordinators to be trained in the initial investigation of stock theft. So I think this is things that we've requested now for years, and I think it will benefit the farming communities to have those people also trained in the initial investigation, the perseverance and the preservation of the crime scenes, etc. Then the second thing, the stock theft units, there's really less capacity. When I started 10 years ago at Free State Agriculture, there's 11 stock theft units. All of them had the capacity in terms of manpower of 10 detectives and more. Now some of these units only have 2 members. Can't be. We need vehicles, they need manpower, they need to perform their job descriptions as stipulated in National Instruction 2 of 99, essentially 3 of 2020. Then also, I think it's very much important that we quickly refer to the Lesotho border. The border is a problem in terms of stock theft. The Thabo Mofokeng area and the 13 police stations at the borders needs to be capacitated in terms of manpower and vehicles and dedicated stock theft detectives addressing the stock theft at the borders. And then I need to also stress, Minister, the 4th point is that we need to have legislation, please be finalized. The Pounds Act needs to be finalized. Then the new Control Animal Bill that is replacing the Stock Theft Act needs to be finalized. And I know there's a problem in terms of the bylaws of the municipalities that is placing a huge problem in terms of the stray animals. And I think the communities and everyone needs to also, the farmers needs to bring their part in terms of brand marking the animals. And the last point I want to raise, Minister, is those of the reservists. The reservists we also mentioned at the previous Rural Safety Summit with the Minister, and there's no moving forward on the reservists. So I think the farmers want to participate, they want to cooperate, they want to really do their part. And I think from law enforcement, we need those crucial points, even if it can be one step at a time in moving forward. Thank you very much.
Dumelang bagolo. I am Dinte Taunyani, an emerging farmer for 37 years in Tabanso, and a member of AFASA. Well, Minister, we
would like to thank you for coming so that we can engage with you directly, and also the MECs who are here. But I think, or we think, this is not going to be a talk show, because at all times we are meeting ministers, we are meeting with officials, but all what we suggesting is never followed up. I have a list of suggestions of disruptive activities that can be implemented, but I've been given 2 minutes, so I will give this to your people. But what I can say is that we are suggesting that to minimize the work of the police, and especially the stock theft units, the Department of Police and Department of Agriculture should look at the assisting the farmers with thermal CCTV cameras. These cameras, the people who are promoting them, we have seen them. They work even in night. These are long distance cameras. The longest, it can be 8.6 kilometers radius, so that we can be assisted in minimizing the stock theft. And one of the things that we are requesting is that, well, the gentleman from Limpopo has already mentioned it. We are sitting with a problem that you will see at the auctions and at the abattoirs, you'll find livestock that have been newly branded, or there's branding on top of the other branding. So I think at the abattoirs, there should be strict control, and sometimes the police are there, but there's no control to look at these things. And also the people who are buying livestock from us, like abattoirs, auctions, they never look at papers or delivery, removal certificates. They just accept the animals and then they sell them. But as I say, Minister and National Commissioner, I've got a list. I will give it to your support staff, and I'm sure that will be handed over to your attention. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Tsegofatso Khwasasa. I am a farmer from Tabancho, trading under the name of Bafana Agricultural Solutions. Minister, I'm happy that you are here, because for so many years I've been a victim of stock theft, with only 1 sheep recovered out of more than 140 sheep. I humbly request the state to prioritize rural safety. From my area, we only have 3 rural safety officers and are given the responsibility to patrol more than 20 trusts and 10 farms. It is worth noting that these dedicated officers sometimes use their private vehicles to render services to farmers on roads that need 4x4 buggies. May rural safety be equipped with more members and vehicles. There are members with agricultural backgrounds within the subs. May they be the ones that are prioritized when recruiting members, because we honestly need officers that can differentiate between breeds when investigating. It is sad for officers to investigate what they do not understand. I humbly request the top management to treat the matter with urgency, as it affects the livelihood of farmers.
Sebendibulisele bonke abangaphambili kuMinister nabamngqongileyo, nam ndithi nqangane entsibazayo. Ndiphuma phansi kwelali zaseSterkspruit. Ndingumakhelwane nelizwe laseLesotho. Apho khona undonakele emnintsi khona ngokwemfuyo yabahlali. Ndithetha nje ndinentlungu enkulu. Isibaya sikatata wam simile uqaqaqa nengca ngenxa yabantu abazithathelayo izinto zethu besaqhubeka bezithathela. Ndima kule ndawo ndinesicelo esikhulu apha kotata abasongameleyo abengamele ilizwe. Omama bayadlwengulwa, amatyala aphelele ezinkundleni zamatyala ibe ngathi akho nto yenzekileyo. Abantu basemthethweni babanjwe bethathela lamahlwempu nalamahlwentsana imfuyo zabo iphelele nje ehayeni ibe ngathi akangekwenzeka nto. Asithi into ke ngalonto ngoba sesicinezelekile siphelile. Kodwa nje into endizoyicela ngalomzuzu ndume apha, ndicela nje utata ophethe ilizwe xa enosinceda kubekho ugqogqo lwalamagxamesi agqiba into zabantu ezintabeni. Kuke kubekho ugqogqo lwalamaplasi awaphelelwa ngabantu bawo bebhubhile. Sewehleli ngoku amasela awathatha izinto zabantu ayozivalela emaplasini. Ndicela urhulumente wethu akasincede nangehelicopters. Ndicela urhulumente wethu asincede ngokukampela imida yelilizwe. Ndimcela okokugqibela urhulumente okokuba ake enze umdibaniso phakathi komntu wase-South Africa nepolisa lase-South Africa nepolisa laseLesotho nomuntu waseLesotho ukwenzela into yobana umntu wase-South Africa makayazi imvume yomntu waseLesotho ubihamba apha imephi, owaseLesotho aziwe naye uba imvume yakhe eSouth Africa ihamba apha imephi. Into eninzi esiyibonayo kukuba kwamapolisa awayazi into yobana kuhamba apha kumephi. Sicele izinto zokuhamba ipolice station zinevan ezisekelwe ngezitina.
Thank you, Program Director, ministers, our MEC that are here today. Thank you very much. Protocol observed. I've got very few concerns, because my name is Ndamane. I'm from the Westdorp. My concerns are as follows. The Westdorp is nearer to Lesotho. And then the borders, people from Lesotho are coming out not using proper documents. And when they are here in our country, they are the ones that are stealing our cattle. Second concern is the stray animals that are moving around, especially to national roads. A lot of people are being killed by these animals because they are moving around without a proper control or without shepherds. Shepherds that are grazing their animal next to the commonage are the ones that are stealing these animals. So that is a very concern. We are having a concern about that. The other issues are these animals that are unmarked, that are coming from Lesotho. That is a great concern. Now we are appealing to the government to help us, especially these borders, especially borders next to Vepenar. These people are coming here in our country without proper documents. And they are really causing problem for us. Animals that are coming from other countries that are coming, they are bringing illness in our country. So we really wanted to plead to the government to look into that so that now we are not having this kind of disease. So we are making this appeal to the government to help us, especially with the Lesotho people that are without proper documents. Thank you.
My name is Michael Kopa. It's a Tabanchu. Jimuguya Poforo. Bomere Bondati Kadi 21 za Kaiwane, Kadi 10 za 2021. Hilaka Sasero like Mashu. Me Kafonia Maponesa, also is a Tabanchu. Kafonia Maponesa. Me, what do you have? Kamoka homono no kanite ebelo hore ba itsa ba haisane ba nthusa go gona lwantsha litso ditse kamoka homono ebelo hore dikulo di a wa fatshe mo di bulete tse 5 tsa ditso ditse maponesa ka mo ga fitile ka ba tsotsi ya di re hlasetse ka 11:30 o fitela ka 1 ntse re lwantshana le tsona 1:30 ke a maponesa a fitla di anga di bulete tse 5 tse sa sebetsang. Who fitted the Banza by the check about check of no. I did 20, it in 20 Fantach. I 2021 of Gala no. You did as well get Bozan and said it's a motor for the no. That so get a woman as on. I'd get fitted was what bag. 95, that's ever one. Yadi didn't happen to steal. If you didn't get poor for Zaka. As Pity and California Maponesa on our field. Me, I'm a Ponesa Fisher, but for direction on I did to do one. Before my Ponesa video, one out to Dizo, that was the same thing about 2. Before my Ponesa talk of Vini. Baba, 2 years ago, my Ponesa was a 2 years ago, the Balea. If I'm Ponesa Honota, lead poor for Zuzak. Mega Mahomo, he lived so much Ponesa and Patole, or an Ampus and Honzo, you are. I have a badi. I did 21 as I know for worry. Yavality. This was easy. If you didn't get Ponesa, I should be letting. You forget Maponesa. This was the kids and a tea. Maponesa, you forget about Haisan. Hey, Haisan, get parties to Mona, to Zikizena, imparted them. I never forget prostage, prostage, and Posana. Struggle for you about by 4. May have a fana tools. But so you got 45 VD. You are going to let Taban, so man, Minister, I'm Hola of Compare. Reguapans, the Relaba would be poor fall. I tell you, how to know to look back. Yole mo khatlo mona gona tlo ba ga go patsireleso hobane ha se thosa gona se lahle heso ga gona ho tswa yole se re sa se fumane ke tshireleso ba ga ya motho a tshwereng AK47 wena o tshwere phafa o tla mwetsa motho yo o tsona phofo tsa o ditseng phofolo tsa o di nyella fela ke la o di shebeletse ke nana a ne di mister ga ke a kopa la kwa ga fa go lonyana fela se kokokogonyana e phushwang go ga fela ha o the he u ka mona ga gona ho ya
Mandibolise kakhulu kubaphathisa abakhuseli bethu ndiyavuya xa namhlanje belapha siphila ngokhuselo labo ngizawungena kule ndawo mina ndingulifa lakhe Bhungane ndiphaa kwindawo yaseStakespruit kwindawo ekuthiwa yeshele bangenile ke nami ngizavela nje eyami ingcebiso kunento enye ke umbutho woxolo umbutho osebenza ngoxolo kakhulu emaplasini bonke ifamasi ezincinci nezikulu zivele ziqashe umuntu waseLesotho ongenayo imvume yokuba lapha. Make fika kuye ufika zenza iguthemba elikhulu. Abe yiboy ekhuthele kakhulu kanti uzomlimaza. Andiqondo okokuba ndingavele ndisuke phaa yeshele ndize apha afike ndithathe kungekho ndlela ndiyifumene ngomuntu walapha. Ngitsho ukuthi ke siyamqasha umuntu siyayishumayela siyi-peace committee ngalo lonke ixesha okokuba umuntu wangaphandle makeze nemvume ezifanelekile ezalapho ekhona ngayo yonke imininingwane yaseLesotho engene ngqo. Number 2, ikroba lokusebenzisa amapolisa nzima lenziwa nazizibonda inkosi zelali. Kunabantu baseLesotho abaningi abenzelwa i-ID kodwa abekhona kwisystem yaseLesotho. Umbone ukuba lo muntu usekusystem yaseLesotho kodwa uthola ukuba une-ID yalapha. Izibonda inkosi zibanike indawo amanxiwa. Lamasela yenza lo planning ke okokuba mawangene ngelo hlobo kube ngawo ke ngoku adirectayo okokuba zithathwa kanjani ezi zinto. Ngitsho ukuthi ke uba urhulumente namapolisa ngasinceda okokuba ke kubizwe inkosi ezi kufunzanga pha phezulu eHome Affairs amamkela athi ngwalapha amzamele inxiwa. Abantu abaningi nje babethwa yilonto. Yiyo lento ubone uba amapolisa atsala nzima kakhulu kuba kaloku aphuntshuka ngapha efakwa kwasithi. Ngithi ke bendicela into okokuba uba ngake kwenziwe lonto nabaqashi babe nobo bulumka somqashi umuntu ongamazi onganamvume yalapha futhi isela nalo line meeting yalo ezakwenza into okokuba akuqhathe enza ungathi uligood themba kuba uqashiwe. Enkosi.
Dumela magaisho. Ke rata go dumedisa batho hela botlhokwa kwa. Nna ke ba didimetse Sylvester Ramagaga go tswa ko Thabantsho o plasing e bidiwang Leeufontein. Minister, pelo ya me e botlhoko ka December ba re tsaetse dinku le dikgomo. Setlhogo sa bone ba di sisa dinamanyane tse di ntseng di anya le gona yanonyana ha di se di bowe. Go botlhoko gore o godise namane e tlogetse mma yone. La ba ntse ba di bona batho ba gore di khomutse mashia matsela a tsona a sisitse di batla go ayisa dinamanyane ga ba di butse ga ba di tlogele. Re butse case le gona yanonyana ga re se re utlwe sepe. Se ke se kopanyela minister di plus tsa Thabantsho ga rena divene tse di patrolang go le hihi re ka mogare ga se e kgoka wa a re nneng o re thuse hela gore go nne le vene tse di tabogang ka moo. Ke a leboga.
Good day. This is Dion Peterson speaking, chairperson of Kharib District. All protocol is observed. MEC, so far in my district, I can say everything is moving swiftly, but we're having a few challenges here and there. Number one, we need more units, actually, stock staff units. Kharib district is a vast district. It's very big. Now, if you compare, for instance, you take Jacobsdal, the station from Jacobsdal to Zastron, it's about 335 kilos. If something is happening in Zastron, and how long will it take that official to actually get there? So we need more stock theft units actually in the district. Not only stock theft, but we also need more manpower. More than a decade and a half, when I joined the CPF, there was crime prevention unit, whereby it eased up and it minimized the crime level within the district. But due to the shortage of manpower that we are having within the district, that's a major challenge, whereby you get, in most stations, we have plus or minus 3, 4 members per shift. But if crime prevention is also there, it can assist in means of visibility of the police actually when they are patrolling, not only around the area but also on farms actually. When there is more visibility of police, there will be lesser crimes, there will be lesser stock theft. The other thing that we also need assistance with is the grading of the roads actually on farms. It's a bit difficult for police to actually go and attend complaints in a short period of time, whereby they have to take precautions to attend to a complaint actually that has happened, or a case that has been opened on a farm. So if the roads can be graded, and police acting will be very fast and very swiftly. The other thing, we need vehicles. Vehicles is also a challenge. Proper vehicles actually for the district actually will assist a lot. In that regard, but the safety of our officials as well. If we have lesser manpower, there's no safety actually for the police officials themselves. We should consider that as well. How can 2 officials attend a complaint on farm whereby you don't know actually what kind of weapons does those people carry actually with them? We should remember that those people are not superheroes, they are not bulletproof. If there are more manpower, I'm definitely sure that the culprits actually who are actually involved in whatever activity that they're doing, once they realize that actually there is more manpower actually arriving, they won't actually proceed with what they are doing. I thank you.
Good afternoon, Minister and all other dignitaries. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Jurg Creer. I know it's difficult for that one. Jurg Creer. I'm the chairperson, co-chairperson for the E2, the Eyes and Ears project in the Free State. We are very involved in the private-public partnership via the E2 and also the STICs, the Stock Theft and Endangered Species Information Centers that we rolled out in the Free State. Through the STICs, we made the arrest of more than 80 suspects and also literally seized millions of cattle and stock worth millions through this collaboration between SAPS and the private sector. Through this collaboration, we also realized how organized stock theft really is. These syndicates originate from other crimes like cash in transit, serious violent crimes, and also policemen are involved in this. So in all of these cases, the POCA Act, the Prevention of Organized Crime Act, can be instituted, but up until this stage, nothing has been done in that sense. The challenges that we have is that the stock theft units have not been capacitated or do not have the expertise to really address this organized crime structures. The prosecution, if you look at the prosecution that we have in most of these cases, if there's 2, 3 or more suspects that are arrested, only 1 is convicted, and the rest are not further taken to court. The specialized investigations like cyber analysis of cell phones, etc., are not done in stock theft cases. Not even 1 at the stage that we know that we've been arrested has this been done in. So this is specialized services that the stock theft units has to be equipped with. Although we have all the units in the Free State are understaffed, we know that. There's not enough vehicles for them available to do all the complaints. And although we have a decline in the Free State of stock theft, the farmers are still losing between 8 and 10 million rand of stock a month. That is more than any other sector in the Free State. Not even a cash in transit sector have so much losses. So we really request that the collaboration between the South African Police Service and the private sector there must be more emphasis on this so that we can address this. Thank you, Minister.
Thank you for the opportunity to be here today. I'm Rowan van Wyk. I'm an owner of a private security company, and I'm also NCA's second in command, National Crime Assistance second in command. I've been working with Jurg now for a recent while, and yeah, at the moment we have a lot of problems. There's a lot of challenges. The most solving problems that I'm finding at the moment is SAPS. That is not up to the challenges. We struggle with SAPS a lot. You can't get hold of them and so forth. If you get a hold of the people there, then you have problems with documents. Then we have a lot of people in SAPS that we can say, listen here, they are part of this indicate. Then another problem that I've been finding while I was in court a few times, you go to court, the court says, but there's not enough evidence. The evidence has been collected, everything has been given through, and then suddenly the story comes up with, there's not enough evidence at the moment to charge these guys. So that's a big problem that we have at the moment. Then one of the other things that I just want to bring up to, if there isn't stuff being changed for the last 3 years, 4 years, a lot of the guys are saying, listen, yeah, we're going to take it in our own hands. And as me as security, feel that's something that I must also prevent, because we can't ask the farmers to listen, you take it in your own hands. Now, that about 2 years, 3 years back, they said, listen, yeah, they're going to open the reservist post again. And after a while, it said, listen, yeah, they're going to open it in CPF members, they're going to elect CPF members. I did go for a reservist post, but in the moment I have tattoos, so I understand 100% why they elect me, and for SAPS. But the problem is, we sit with people out there, a lot of the guys in here, that want to fight crime. We don't just want a salary. We want to fight crime. We want to prevent everything. And at the end of the day, the guy that doesn't want to prevent crime, but just needs a salary, he's getting the post. So please check into that, because that's a problem that I'm not just finding in the rural areas, but in towns also. All the way from Cape Town, all the way up to Nelspruit side. Thank you. I appreciate everything.
Bendibulisile hletogo molweni ukukhawuleza kwixesha elincinci. Ndingumongezi kwaDlephu, usuka kuGijima Ndoda, Estate in the Eastern Cape. Ukwami kukuthi akuminister nje, ndizobetha izandla minister ukwenzile okukhulu kakhulu. Ndibetha izandla mamela ke minister ndizomhlobo. Why ndisenza njalo nje? Ndenza kuba uthe wakungena kweli sebe kuyabonakala kwezinye indawo. Uba kungenzeka ngolu hlobo wenza ngalo kwesi-80s cash in transit kwenze ngolu hlobo ku-stock theft bungaphela umsele. Xa utreyine lamapolisa la we-stock theft aye kulawa TRT kwenziwe le nto ezoku-cash in transit izawuphela phule into bazali. Siyaphelelwa imali thina esiteke, siphuma singena ezinkundleni ngenxa yamasela, kodwa phinda ziwine ntwisi. Apha sizocela uba makube khona ubambiswano phakathi ko-justice, u-safety no-home affairs. Because uphuma phaa ecourt engewaselisuthu engenazidocuments ebehamba nenkomo iphuma nazo hamba nazo. Sibe siluzile thina phaa phakathi. Siyacela ke siphelelwa imali yebheyili amagqwetha asihleli kuthi phaa kogijima kuba nathi noko siyabafikela kakhulu. Sithi ke siyacela ke okulandelayo nawo ndibhidwa nje into encinci, into endibhidayo into yoba kuthiwa ukhona uthangelo okhoyo apha. Uyasebenza uyedwa ke ndazi ke nabona abanye ke kodwa uthi uyasebenza phaa kulaa ndawo. Bendinento ethi bendizawuthi mna u-stock theft unit members barotate bangahlala endaweni enye, because abanye babo bafuyile mos ngoku and bafuya ngala masela. And into embenzekileyo ke ngoku sekukhona nabamhlophe ababayo bebekade bengabi mos abantu abamhlophe, kodwa ngoku izinto zigcinwa phaa kubo. Siyayicela ke loo nto isenza sibe rongo kakhulu, because sesisuka thina emaplasini sizibona into zethu kufika zitshiswe ngokutsha. Ndithi ke phambili ke Tata Mchunu, phambili.
Good day. My name is Dipuko Snokwane, and I'm an emerging farmer. Program Director, thanks for the opportunity. And I must stress that vertical and horizontal protocols are observed. But I must stress my appreciation for the minister, his deputy, provincial MECs present here, and provincial commissioners for making time and come and listen to our problems and challenges. Again, I hope that there are recordings enhanced for translation to assist the minister. Furthermore, we need to remember that we have our white folks amongst us here who are in attendance, who must also be accommodated. Maybe in future, they must be assisted with handset gadgets to assist with translations. First and foremost, in the best interest of time, I hope this gathering, like the previous speakers before me have indicated, that this one is not going to be one of those talk shows. Stock Theft Office and officers are in Bloemfontein, but the hotspots are in Taban to deep rural and surrounding areas. This is completely unacceptable and it's disappointing. Because now if you call the police, you go and open a case, they'll always tell you that the stock theft unit is in Bloemfontein. There are no farms in Bloemfontein. There are not stock theft in Bloemfontein. So I think that will be given an attention, Minister. I must stress that the police behavior, especially those of stock theft in particular, is very unacceptable. Cases have been made, but they are not followed. And those police officers not doing their work must be identified and be rooted out. If needs be, the minister, lifestyle audits must be conducted by the Hawks and stock theft units also, and also the abattoirs must be investigated to check whether they are not working with syndicates. Personally, in 2023, I lost 13 cows, of which 7 was pregnant. So you can imagine how many in monetary terms, how much money did I lose? In conclusion, police response time is really concerning and is questionable. And also their turnaround time. They take forever to go and attend to the reported cases. And I think it's because they are laxed. There is no consequence management. That is a problem. They do as they like and they do as they wish. This day and this day and age. So I think the minister must have a firm grip in dealing with those police who are mischievous and who are not doing their work. Because thieves will always go away with murder. Can we have, for the first time, Minister, dedicate stock theft police officers who really love their work and who give timers feedbacks to cases reported? Maybe this should also be vetting for those who are deployed in stock theft units. Lastly, can those who are not dedicated be named and shamed? I thank you.
Protocol observed. Minister and Program Director, I salute you today. My name, I'm K.S. Pete from Botshabelo, Ipupin Trust. I just have only a few points to you, Minister. Our request, as far as I understand, we are not here to instruct our leadership. We are here to suggest. Our request, especially from Mangaung, is that can you please reshuffle the stock theft police of Mangaung with new members? We need to work hand in hand with the SAPS. We have the following problems or challenges, especially in Botshabelo or Mangaung. All the cases that have been reported to the police or SAPS, none of them was successful or nothing was being achieved. But I can prove that all the cases that we didn't report to the SAPS, we go all out and look for our things, we got them. I'm one of those. My cattle were stolen by the thief. I didn't report. Anyway, I'm highly skilled and highly trained, as I'm saving under security cluster. I did notice that if I can report this, I'm not going to get it. Through the information that I got from the community, because in Botshabelo, we have 4 or 5 culprits or people that are stealing, and we know them. It was my first experience because I was new in this business. Then with the information that I get, who's stealing in Botshabelo, I go house to house with my fellow comrade in arms. We got them. We go house to house, not to everyone, to the people that are known that they are stealing in Botshabelo. They are less than 5 or 4. Then we managed to get all of those. Within 8 hours, everything of mine that belonged to me, it was in my possession. I want to highlight this to you, Minister, respectfully so. The crime, especially in Mangaung, it caused by the people that are saving our inside the SAPS. In fact, what I want to say is, please investigate. What I'm saying is not, can you not take it as a true story until we investigate exactly what I'm talking about. All the people that they didn't report the cases and they were looking for their things, they can even raise their hands inside here, even in Botshabelo. We managed to get those things. So what that gives us, it's obvious. If you report, there is a link. They will inform these people that are stealing to shift or maybe to hide the things that they have been stealing. So that's why we are asking from you, Minister, please, with respect, not instructing you, can we please reshuffle, even for 3 months, you'll get the result and you'll get all the answers and the people will heal. Only for 3 months, you'll get the answers. Because people that are normally being in front of this, we suspect, and there is information that we'll give or submit to you, Minister, that we suspect this and this have happened, especially in Mangaung. So, for example, ke batla ho etsa mohlala o batlang o hlakile ho wena. Ho na le mme wa BLC wa Botshabelo. A ke tlang ho bua mona, ona bua Sesotho. Ho etsahetseng, mashodu ana se re a tseba. Jwale re ha o utsetswa re a ho bona. Ho na le ntata ke la bitso la hae. O fihlile a fumana dinku tsa hae tse 30 something ha ntate eno. E leng khale a reportwa ka di case tsena. Ha se kgetlo la pele ke dilemo. Ha fitla o di thotse, ha ka ta o di thola Ba mmuso ba fihlile maponesa a di laetse ka nnete ba na le bopaki bo felletseng ke bona le matshwao ke yana di ile PlayStation. Ha di fihla PlayStation ntho e etsahetseng ke a hore ngwana bo rona o la fumana ditshoso tse ding tse tshabehang batswadi. Tse kotsi. Ho le reng hore le wena ha o nahana ka tsa bophelo ba bana ba hao o ka qeteletse o itse a khona ke a tlohela. Ngwana bo rona o la fumana pressure ditshoso o na dula a track-uwe a follow-uwe ke dikoloi re ne re kgona ho reportana re kgona hore re nne re buisane le yena le ba bang ba setjhaba ba nentseng ba thusa minister ba ne ba le ka ho kata moo empa ditshoso ne se di phame haholo ho mme wa bonala ho bophelo bo tla pele ngwana bo rona a cancela case ho setse letsatsi case lo dula ka bopaki bo felletseng ho mang le mang case qhadiwa ke bua le yena jwalo ntate o lokollotse yena a se motho wa pele eno ntho tseo di etsetseng ka ho yena so le ne re kopa haholo ho BLC ya botshabelo re kopa go di case ka ofela ka tsatsi lena le kopane le matona le ba kgethwa ba tlileng kwana le fane ka bopaki bo bong le bo bong ha o hlokala re bue ka mabitso re tsebe ho bitsa mabitso minister re a le rata ebile le maponesa a rona re a rata re na le bothata bo le bong ha re kgone ho kgetholla tapole tse bodileng empa tse ding re a di bona ha o ka re etsetsa monyetla o le mong hore kaofela batho dikomiti tsena tse re tshwereng ha ba bona ba thola bothata thusong ya mmuso ho be le mo ba ka kgonang ho founela committee o tlo bong o e fomme direct ho wena ke nahana o ka ba betere re ka fedisa botsotsi bona ke ka bomba di mabe ntate Nthatisi ha sa le yo mona ne ke batlile ba utlwa sena se ke se buang I'm one of his product ke tswa matsong a hae ke trainwe ke yena ke ka ho ke dumelang hore nka ke ka utswetswa ke trainuwe ke rutuwe be ke utswetswa ke motho a sa etsang next be ke lahlehelwa fela jwalo ha ke dumele hore mo ntate ba maponesa ba le rong hore ba tswa dikolong dithupellong ba ka hloleha ho thola diphoofolo tsa rona dikgwedi nna ke sa sebetse ka hara seponesa be ke di thola ka 6 hours ho etsahala eng ha re ipotseng kaofela re tsebe ho fa le minister le sedi hore ho na le bothata ka hara maponesa rona e seng ba bona ba rona kaofela mara ho na le ditsotsi ke a leboha ntate minister nako ke yona e se re beile ka thoko
Honorable Minister, Honorable MECs, protocol observed. My name is Tankiso Leonard Musia. I'm a 44-year-old farmer. I reside in Bloemfontein. My farm is in a small town of Dillsville. As a farmer, I also encountered stock theft. I started farming in 2017. Between 2017 and 2019, I lost about 120 sheep, because I breed, it's breeding sheep. Somewhere, somehow, I'm going to fight with my farmers because farming is a business. It's not something that you do as an extra, because I've heard all the farmers' comments here. But with me, when you start business, it starts with you. How do you protect? How do you come up with measures? I hear we saying, Minister, this, subs that. But what is it that we're doing as farmers? Because business belongs to us. You do your due diligence before you start a business. You don't just come into a business, then go and rely on safety and security of your business to government. That doesn't happen. This, I'm talking to my farmers. I know I might be sounding a bit arrogant or whatsoever, but farming is business. Our fellow counterparts are running their farming activities properly, and they invest. But you can't keep a 4 or 8-year-old bull within your flock, but you are losing a 6-month bull, which is more expensive than that one. Sell those old animals that you have so that you put proper measures in place to safeguard your investment, smaller ones. I have a background of IT. Because of stock theft, I had to sit down and come up with solutions for me, which were designed for me at first. Okay, sorry, I've got a box that I'm traveling with. This is a ear tag. It's a solar-powered ear tag that I have developed for my stock theft. I'm also a member of Triple S. I'm a chairperson for them here in Free State. We've got 3 branches within 3 provinces. Our members in total are about 475. But what I'm going to tell you, it's saddening. Within that organization that I'm in, only 5 farmers are using these devices. And then we managed to stop on their farms stock theft. Why I'm saying this, farmers don't want to spend to safeguard their livestock. Other farmers do. I will say our white counterparts are spending money. They're spending millions to safeguard. This device per month for all your flock, you can spend about 1,000 rand just for maintenance and support. You only pay for data. I will show you all the stuff that I have. You don't need a lot of stuff. Everything works with solar just to keep the cost down. But this solution is one of the best. It's been in market now. Say worldwide, it's been in market for more than 15 years. But in South Africa, it's now been in the market for 1.5 years. This product was designed by farmers in Ireland because they started also with issues of stock theft and what. But they took it upon themselves that we can't always open businesses and then complain to government. What is it that we're doing as farmers to assist our government? Government lately, they have technologies. There's people within certain areas that are linked to our own black communities. If you want to see, I'm talking about this because I'm always engaging with 475 farmers. For them, it doesn't make sense to have this device. To them, it doesn't make sense. But they always complain each and every meeting. We are getting, our staff are always getting missing. The other info, Minister, that I can tell you that increases stock theft is jealousy within farmers. We hire people to steal for other farmers. It's not something that is done out of, we know where it starts because we do it as farmers. We send out other farmers because now within this street, this farmer has got more than us. Then we steal for him or her. We know everything. Even me, none of you knows what is it that I'm doing. But a whole lot of farmers. We have forums, but our farmers, that's where the crime starts. They steal for each other. Then they open doors for criminals. Because we hire criminals out there to steal for other farmers. That is the fact. It is a fact. And when you check, we lose about, due to stock theft, we lose about 1.6 billion in South Africa per annum. 40% of cases are negligence, due to negligence of farmers. Because we don't take care of our farmers, of our farming areas, we don't take care of our fences, we don't take care of certain things. But the other issue is, if I want to destroy someone's property, I know what to do as a farmer. Other farmers will just cut your fence because they want to take over your animals. There's a whole lot of accidents that I can talk about, but I'm not here for them. I just want to say, farmers, 80% of your questions, the honest truth today, let's face it, it's not because of SAPS. Everyone spoken here, it's us. What is it that we are doing to mitigate all the incidences or to mitigate theft within our areas? It starts with us. Can we kindly stand up. I'm not talking only about this device. There's a whole lot of devices within this world. But this device is tested, it's SABS approved. You can track, I'm going to show you, because it covers a whole lot of stuff. Even in terms of someone is being attacked within a farm. There's a SOS button. It's an emergency button that we've created. You wear it on your neck. It's small. It's the size of a 5 rand coin. With that, whenever there's attacks within the farm, even if they can take your cell phone or what, you press that SOS button. It alerts cops or whoever that is close to you that you've put in on that system. And then the nicest thing about that device, you can also talk through it. It's a 4G device. But criminals won't look at them because it's something that is going to look as if it's useless something that is useless. Because we made it in a...
Okay. Can we allow an engagement after this? People that are interested, we can continue.
Okay.
Yes, please.
All right. Okay,
thank you
sir.
so much.
Okay, thank you.
Stakeholders and colleagues, I think we are a bit half an hour behind. We're going to do the following now quickly. We're going to ask General Senzo Mchunu, because issues regarding the Paris resolutions was raised. Right? We're going to have some feedback on the Paris resolutions, and then we'll move forward with Lieutenant General Sibiya, the National Commissioner, and then we will take the Minister. In that order. Thank you very much. General Senzo Mchunu.
Thank you very much, Minister. Let me start by greeting the Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister of Police, the MEC for MEC Ms. Rockman for Agriculture, MEC for Transport and Community Safety, Ms. B. Matia, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the National Commissioner of the Police, the DNC General Sibiya, Abakuz Bamaphoyisa in the provinces of Limpopo, Free State, and KwaZulu-Natal, General Khatebe, General Mkhwanazi, General Muzonyane, all the DC commissioners present, the stakeholders, particularly our livestock stakeholders, the CPF colleagues, all other stakeholders, my stock theft commanders, I greet you. I am going to ask that the team please flag the presentation for us. My role today is very minimal. I'm just going to give progress report made on the Rural Safety Summit that took place in Paris on the 27-28 June 2022 in this province. Next slide. Minister, I will start first by going through the background, and in this regard, next slide. And again, the summit had the following commissions that were established to address the concerns of the rural communities. Commission 1 was focusing on the status of the implementation of the National Rural Safety Strategy. Commission 2 was on research in terms of the violence and safety of the farming community, including farm workers. Commission 3 was tasked to look at the operational approach towards rural safety. Commission 4 was tasked to look at illegal land evictions, invasions, conflict resolution, and labor rights, particularly for farm workers. Commission 5 was focusing on gender-based violence and also particularly in the rural communities. Lastly, Commission 6, the brief was enhancing effective policing resources. Next slide. For today, our focus will be on Commission 2, which covered stock theft topics, including the desktop study on safety issues on farms and rural settings in a global overview, rural crimes and farmer satisfaction with policing in rural South Africa, stock theft in South Africa. In this regard, particularly the causes, the motives, modus operandi, and the following priorities were identified emanating from Commission number 2. The provision of basic human resources and technology, revitalization of community-based policing, and lastly, coordination and consolidation of information from different stakeholders. The report then looks at progress made. Slide number 3. There are 2 divisions in the organization tasked with the proactive and reactive activities or initiatives aimed at curbing stock theft in the country. That is Division Visible Policing and Operations and Division Detectives and Forensic Services. In this regard, they made the following progress. In implementing the National Rural Safety Strategy, this is done in a coordinated manner through the joint operational and intelligence structures, that is the joints of both national and the province. And in this regard, within the joints, both Prov joints and the NAT joints, we have a priority committee for rural safety that consists of all relevant stakeholders. And as I said, these are rolled up from national, provincial, district, and station levels. The stakeholders, amongst others, include all government departments that are dealing with issues of livestock and rural safety, the farm dwellers. I've mentioned agriculture in the departments, but also we've got COCTA, we've got Farm Workers Union, and other organized agriculture structures. Minister, I have to mention here that based on the comments made by the stakeholders, I think there is a need to strengthen these structures for impact and value add, as well as trying to ensure that our strategies are geared towards reducing this stock theft crime in the country. The next slide. More progress as recorded refers to the guidelines on stock theft prevention and as well as dealing with fundamental rights of farm dwellers, laborers, and occupiers. These were developed and piloted in KwaZulu-Natal, Gauteng, and Northern Cape. The rollout was scheduled to be completed by the end of the 2024-2025 financial year, and to date, the following progress has been recorded. For the Free State Province, the pilot was completed on the 31st of October 2024. For the Eastern Cape, 12 November 2024. For the Northwest Province, I think we go up until Northern Cape, which is the remaining province, and it is foreseen that the rollout for Northern Cape will be completed by 20 March 2025. Next slide. Develop regional strategies that also lead to operations, whether it's jointly with our neighboring countries or actually as a support structure in general. Also, we have got a forum within the SADC community that addresses cross-border crime, and one element of that structure talks to stock theft prevention. The Inter-Ministerial Task Team also has a work stream on unity, social cohesion, and nation building in rural areas. Lastly, We also have got committees that look at your governmental integrated rural development sector strategy, and this is led by Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural Development Department. Minister, in conclusion, as we address the challenges as raised, it is vital that all the stakeholders continue to work closely with the SAPS, much as I hear most of my stakeholders saying that they are now taking law into their own hands. We are encouraging that. Can they work with the district commissioners, station commanders, as well as the stock theft commanders? And this should be done in a coordinated and structured manner, as defined by the structures. And again, we need to foster strong partnership. Information sharing, we saw our last stakeholder here, sharing developments in this field that also enhances the security of stock as well as our communities in the rural areas. And also promoting community awareness that has got an impact on stock theft. Lastly, Minister, in relation to the rural communities, we are asking that we continue reporting despite challenges that we have mentioned and further participate in patrols as this strengthens our effort to protect livestock and ensure that we have a safer rural environment. Minister, I submit. Thank you.
Baie dankie, General. Can I call upon the DNC for crime detection for comments? Thank you.
To the Minister of Police and the Deputy Minister, MECs present here today with us, all senior managers involved, provincial commissioners, members of the media, protocol is observed. We are going to try to respond to all the challenges and the questions and the concerns. Basically, it is one and the same type of challenges in most cases. But it is important to also note that as the South African Police Service, we do have a national rural safety strategy that was developed in consultation with the internal and external stakeholders at the provincial and national level. So it is important to, as we go addressing these issues, to note that there is a strategy in place that takes into account all these different challenges that are being mentioned. And the strategy has the objective to enhance the capacity and the capabilities also and the infrastructure of all identified rural and rural urban police stations and to foster stakeholder relations and the community. Now, the current status of the implementation of the strategy, at this end now, as we speak, out of 900 identified rural and mixed rural and urban stations, we have implemented 891 stations has fully implemented the strategy. With the community involvement is encouraged, also improved by developing and implementing the national community policing strategy and the adoption of the community safety plans by community forums at all levels. Now, the police are working with the community and the farmers, and they develop a strategy to work together in making sure that they do attend to the challenges raised. And we have identified a number of initiatives to enhance the implementation of the strategy. Number one, we have the rural community engagement or impetus that were included in the increased crime prevention and combating action plan adopted in May 2023. In terms of this plan, all provinces were required to conduct rural safety imbizo in the top 10 rural urban police stations to create awareness about rural safety, crime prevention, and policy in respect of rights of land occupiers and farm labor and dwellers. So there are initiatives such as the Eyes and Ears rural concept that was developed based on the good cooperation with the farm watches and community-based centers from the rural safety strategy. We also have the E2 project, the Eyes and the Ears, that was initiated by the South African Police Service based against crime South Africa, business against crime in South Africa, to fight crime together and to enhance information and sharing responses to crime in a coordinated manner. The E2 initiative, it uses private security, industry, and geographical development footprint technology and other sources of information to enhance the situational awareness. Now we've got a number of initiatives also to enhance the implementation of Strategy 2. The project office implements initiatives to develop, educate SAPS members, such as the inclusion of rural safety in the learning program, the conducting of capability and capacity building sessions, establishment of a national rural safety coordination forum, the conducting of compliance visits to compliance stations. We've got also a number of guidelines that were developed for stock theft prevention and investigation, as well as land rights, fundamental rights to farm dwellers, laborers, and occupants in 2023-2024. These guidelines, they were used in capacity building sessions and conducted in 3 provinces in 2024-2025 strategy. Instructions to improve the implementation of the strategy, as well as to improve the reporting of the status of implementation and incidents, were issued. The National Rural Safety Coordinators Forum serves to enhance the implementation of the national strategy supporting rural safety and coordination, and they do meet on a quarterly basis. Now, we do have coordinating mechanisms and forums in place as well, where in order to ensure effective and integrated coordination of rural in the country, the following has been established. The Rural Safety Priority Committees of the Joint Operational and Intelligence Structures on all levels. The priority committees include internal and external role players involved in rural safety, which aims to encourage collaboration and ensure an integrated approach towards the implementation of the strategy. In addition, the South African Police Service participates in the following external forums: the Integrated Committee to implement the Government Integrated Rural Development Sector Strategy, led by the Department of Agriculture, Land Reform and Rural, and the national and provincial task team. So basically, I just wanted to say we do have a strategy in place, and having the strategy in place, we also have to respond to certain questions that were raised here in terms of the individual challenges. But basically, I just want to say that we do have a note here of all the challenges that were raised. The first challenge that I just wanted to maybe mention specifically, when I want to speak to the complaint that was raised by Mr. Bawa Hapa, I want to say there is a unit commander in Springbok that was arrested by the anti-corruption of the Northern Cape case, and the case is pending before court. I also want to respond to Mr. Franz Yaya. Presently, we have 170 vehicles seized in the country and 13 forfeited to the state and 8 handed to lawful owners, and 149 are under investigation. In relation to Joe Kabi in the Eastern Cape, all complaints that were raised, we just want to request that they must be accompanied by stock theft units when their animals are found in Lesotho. So we do have a provincial commander there that can be contacted, and then I've got the numbers that are interested. And then in relation to a complaint by Mr. Jase, there are peace committees in the Eastern Cape, and stock theft commanders are part of them as well. In relation to a complaint that was raised by Mr. Makhale, foreigners in stock theft and Adams cattle tracing equipment, we do have 5 people that have been arrested there. And then in relation to all the above complaints will be called by my office and see how we can intervene. In relation to The stock theft bill is with legal service in the office of the minister, and progress will be given before the portfolio. Progress was given before the portfolio committee yesterday, and I think the minister will be able to touch on it. And then, in relation to foreigners and cattle coming from Lesotho, province will be tasked to arrange an operation to address the matter. So we will have an operation to address this situation. We have a satellite in Jacobsdal. We will also talk to the province and see whether we can open satellite in Zastron. In relation to Mr. Eich Kruger, Stock Theft Information Center is the initiative of the stock theft and is covered in National Instruction 1 of 3 of 2020 of stock theft and endangered species. All the units need to establish it to share information relating to stock theft with communities. In addressing Mr. Dipoko Senokwane, police involvement in crime. In 2020, we seconded members of the Hawks and 5 members of Lady Brand STEs were arrested. 2 have since been dismissed and matter is pending before court. And PS spent 30 ship docket will fall under the list, which needs to be followed by my office as well. And we too saw, I'm just trying to respond to all this one by one. We have 24 cattle stolen with 12 recoveries. Informers deployed to assist all the Tabanchu intelligence members with no positive information so far. But be that as it may, I just want to say we do know and we are attending to the matter as well. And the last one that I want to comment on, in relation to the stock theft, I need to get the doc, okay. This one comes from the Eastern Cape, and no one was arrested, but that is the query in relation to the query that was raised in relation to the fact that for the stock theft, there are certain dockets that we need to collect before we can comment on some of these cases, because when you go to the Eastern Cape, they mention specific cases. Now, for us or the brigadier that is responsible for the stock theft in that area, for them to be able to comment at this point in time, we won't be able to provide feedback as is, or in terms of the latest feedback. But what we may need to do is to get hold of all the dockets, and those that have raised queries in respect of their cases in the respective provinces. My suggestion is that we need to get together. We have a list of your names. We'll touch base with you, and then we'll follow up on all those cases that were raised. If you have any specific information that you want us to follow, you may also still approach me or the desk in such a way that we'll be able to then make sure that we follow up on your information in order to address those that are not responded to. Thank you very much. The National Commissioner will fill up where I could not actually respond in terms of the listing of the questions and challenges. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Program Director. I refuse the upward delegation. General Sibia must respond on what he's supposed to respond. I'm going to be quite short. There is a number of matters raised or placed on the table, and I will not address each and every individual response, but address in general all the matters that were raised. The one that I would love, Brigadier Khobodithata, that you come and respond to it. There is this document, dear Lesotho, where it works in Lesotho and in South Africa. I didn't hear the name correct, whether it's Bavis or something. What? Or Bevis? Okay, where is Brigadier Khobodithata? Where is he? You must come, Bella. Oh, what I want to know from you is that document. They say it's for Lesotho, it works in Lesotho. How come, is it legal that it also works in South Africa? Come explain that. I agree, they said it is being used. And your stock theft unit commanders allow it to work everywhere. Let's explain that part.
No, thank you very much, National Commissioner, the Office of the Minister, once more. Colleagues, the laws of Lesotho are applicable to Lesotho. The laws of Lesotho cannot be applicable in our country. So it will not be fair to say that the document which is used by the citizens of Lesotho can work in South Africa. That's all from my side, National Commission.
If you are coming from Lesotho, you want to auction stock in Lady Brand, what must you carry?
Commissioner, if an animal needs to be repatriated or exported to South Africa, the exportation process needs to be followed first. You cannot just bring animals to South Africa. Otherwise, if we get you with those animals, then it will be a contravention in terms of the export and import of livestock. Yeah, that's all. Thanks.
All right, that is what I wanted to be explained. And from my side, as I said, I'm not going to answer each and every question because they are more or less similar. And what I also gathered is that we have people that are farming or dealing in stock. And we have, of course, the criminals in between. They steal from the same people. They also sell from the same people. So, and we should come in the middle to deal with the criminal. But we also need the assistance of all of you because you are all involved and you are also losing. So it is vital that we know that information. But from our side, I will not come with details now. We will detail it somewhere later when we have with the minister, we have the police summit. We will detail the figures there. Detectives for this year, as I said, they have been given over 4,000 people, police members. But out of those, a certain percentage will go to stock theft. And we will reopen or open some of the satellites to make them units, and we'll open new satellites where there is a need for the community to access the service. That's the commitment that we made. We'll resource them with whatever resources they need, be it vehicles and all, drones and all, bikes or whatever. We will resource them. There are areas, of course, where you can only use a horse and nothing more. Like your Eastern Cape, we'll also look at that to resource such units with horses. Also, I know I promised the community of Tumbu some horses. So that process is still on the go. They will still get their horses. The reservist training, for the past few years, we had a problem where we were enrolling or recruiting more numbers for new police constables, 10,000. So we were shocked. We couldn't have training institutions where we can train reservists, but we will now that we have come back this year to train 5,000, we'll look at some gaps in terms of where we can be able to train reservists. And I think the last one, well, operations will be held by police continuously in terms of dealing with stock theft, and we are asking that you support those operations, be part of them so that we can prevent and retrieve stock theft in those areas that are known by you that there are stock theft in those areas. The last one is the debt skoloto, which myself and DM Matale we have regarding Bloomsbury. It's becoming old. I'm sure it will carry interest because there's been a long time. We promised them vehicles. We did send 6 vehicles, but they were used vehicles and they were not so welcomed by the leadership in Free State. Actually the then MEC, now Premier. So we promised to give. So dear Matale, I'm committing again today that we're going to give Bloomsbury 7 new vans. And how it's going to happen, they will get it in the next 2 weeks. They will have their 7 vans. So the provincial commissioner, when I engaged her outside, she said, I'll cheat, because I want to take hers. So I says, no, in these 2 weeks, because she currently have on the floor, I think about 100 vehicles. So I said, which are going but one to almost the whole stations. I said, take 7 out of those, give Bloomsbury in the next 2 weeks. Then me in the next 2 weeks, from head office, I'll give you 7. Limpopo have sufficient vehicles. So, okay. Yeah, so those, in 2 weeks, they will definitely be delivered. So DM will be out, me and you, DM, this rope will be off our neck. I thank you very much. And all these other commitments, we intend delivering them in the financial.
And as he descends the stage, we will do so as well. But after the introduction by MEC Mbalula. Thank you, sir.
Minister, I always say that I do not encourage people when they take the podium to say all protocol observed. Deputy Minister Matale also gave me a free education by saying that in protocol, there is no such. Protocol is protocol and it must be said as is. Ngoku ke iyandibetha namhlanje ngoba ndiyabona ixesha liqhatshwe yinja. Bendicinga ukuba nam ndizawuma kulo ndima yokubana ndithi protocol observed and just proceed from there. But I can't, I will have to stick to it and acknowledge everybody on the basis of the protocol they deserve. Because it into faneka sibe inspiration to one another. So I must inspire as well to be a minister one day. And appreciate that the minister did not just become a minister. There was a lot of work, a lot of effort that was involved. So on that note, I will just quickly say a few remarks and go straight to the task at hand. But as I'm doing so, I welcome and acknowledge Minister of Police, the Deputy Minister of Police. Their names have already been said. The Free State MEC, my colleague, the MEC Limpopo, Mathieu, the Executive Mayor in absentia, the National Commissioner of SAP, Ntatema Simula, Deputy National Commissioner, Crime Detection, Lieutenant General Sibia, Provincial Commissioner of the Free State, and all others from other provinces that have been acknowledged as well. From the province of KZN, Lieutenant Mkonazi, Limpopo, Lieutenant General Khadebe, Divisional Commissioner for Detective and Forensic Services, Lieutenant General Sintumile, the Community Policing Forum, were addressed by them earlier on. The Farmers Union, I can see some of my colleagues with whom we work quite very closely that are here as well. All stakeholders present, all invited guests, members of the media, some of which we have also seen around. Ladies and gentlemen, we are here today to address a critical issue that affects us all, particularly our farming communities, the issue of the stock theft. The Free State Province has taken significant strides in tackling this complex problem, especially along the Lesotho border. Now, when we were in the briefing of the minister this morning, I did indicate that there's research done, and that was published in the Farmers Weekly. This research highlights the impact of the stock theft in the Free State Province, and that such is quite substantial, with estimated annual losses of 304 million. The province's effort to combat stock theft are crucial to ensuring the safety and security of farmers, rural communities, and the economy at large. And we're really very much pleased that this event takes place in the borders of the Free State. We acknowledge that stock theft requires a multifaceted approach to combat it. We have established a dedicated stock theft unit within the South African Police Services as part of our effort as a province. This unit focuses on investigating and prosecuting stock theft cases, ensuring that perpetrators are brought to justice. All the problems that the stakeholders have raised here regarding the stock theft unit, issues of capacity building, the use of technology and research. We have noted those things. In time, we will respond to them effectively. In December 2024, as we have seen in the presentation that was highlighted here, we hosted a safety summit where we engaged with relevant stakeholders, including the farming community. This led to the development of a rural safety strategy, which is crucial in addressing the root causes of stock theft. We are currently working on a rural safety plan, which will be tabled for the Executive Council of the Free State for approval. Now, one of the things we do is to look at intelligence gathering, community-based initiatives, and also to look at collaboration with neighboring provinces that are bordering the Free State. We also recognize the significance of border security in addressing stock theft. To enhance border security, we plan to do the following: enhance border infrastructure. We have undertaken a tour sometimes, not long ago, Minister. We have seen it for ourselves. There's specific pressure points in the borderline with Lesotho, because that's where our main problem is at, as many speakers have alluded to that. Increase border patrols, is also one area that we plan to look into and improve on, and also to improve on international cooperation. We do have cross-border collaborations we have, both in the south, central, and north of the border with Lesotho. Lastly, community engagement is one of those key areas that we'll work on, and I think a lot of speakers alluded to that, if we are to win this battle. And thank you very much again for this wonderful event. I think it has highlighted quite a lot of issues. Now, to the real task. In KZN, in 1958, someone was born, the son of the soil, grew up there, and immersed himself at a very early age into community activism. Contributed a lot in knowledge production by being a teacher that has taught a lot of young people, some of which came out to be many things in their career lives. From being a teacher, he joined government and occupied different positions, both in the province, the highlight being the Premier of KZN, and went on to be a minister not only of one portfolio, but several portfolios. Allow me, ladies and gentlemen, to introduce the Minister of Police, Honorable Senzo Mchunu. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's take our seats. Let me greet the program director or program directors, and thank you very much for directing this gathering in the way that you have done. We thank you very much for that. I don't know whether, oh, you are this side. Thank you very much with the whole team that you were dealing with this work with. My greetings to the executive, and may I just say that due to lengthy introductions, including by Honorable Mbalula, I will just greet Deputy Minister Matale and all the MECs that are here, led by yourself, the host, Honorable Mbalula, your colleague from Limpopo. We thank you very much for your presence. Really appreciate it. Let me greet the National Commissioner with DNC, with all the provincial commissioners that are here, and all the other generals and police officers that are here, which we appreciate very much. And then go to the organizations, leadership of all the organizations that are here. And we know that this is precious time, and you took trouble of coming here, some of you preparing and making presentations. We really appreciate that very much. Now, firstly, just to say, when we first thought about us coming here in this kind of gathering, we didn't know the kind of outcome that it would have. But we had an objective, and the main objective, as outlined by National Commissioner, was to hear you out, was to interact and engage with you, was to make an assessment of the impact of work that we're doing in this particular area as police, that is stock theft. This flowing from other interactions that we've had throughout the country over time, and hearing people complaining about stock theft, but also taking into consideration various statistics that we have released over time, and observing that there is quite a remarkable impact that stock theft is having on crime general and so on. And we thought that we should gather here at this particular stage and once more look at all these factors that I've just spoken about. But in addition to that, it's out of the observation that the livestock industry, if I could call it that, loses more than R1 billion just on stock theft alone. I'm not sure about my statistics, but that is what people from agriculture often say, just on theft alone. And I'm sure if you look at the total impact of what this industry is bringing to the economy of the country, you will agree that it's a very significant industry with other related industries overall, and the impact that it's having, including on food security and all of that. So we're dealing here with quite an important aspect of our lives, an important aspect of the economy of the country, where inclusive economic growth has been identified as priority number one in the country. But then amidst these particular problems that we're talking about, that are not contributing to the economic growth that the country has prioritized, but it is taking it down. And therefore the impact is quite huge. And at some point, when we gather like this, and it happens that our colleagues in agriculture here, will give them an opportunity to really take us through that particular route so that we have a clear understanding of the damage that is being done by this particular activity of people for whom we are blamed very often as police. But I want to say that for theft, well, theft is a crime. And it sits squarely in front of police as a challenge. We agree with that. But it's a challenge that they can't do alone. It's impossible to do alone, although they're in the forefront. And therefore, we really welcome the various organizations that are here, but over and above that, the activities that they are involved in, some of them actually involving finances, paying for what would otherwise be done by the state ordinarily. But because of a number of weaknesses, some of which have been outlined here, which we acknowledge, and therefore take as a challenge, we want to acknowledge what you are contributing physically and financially and otherwise, and also acknowledge the pain that you are taking as farmers in various ways that have been outlined here. It's not nice to sit here and listen to all these episodes and to listen to everything that you have just said here. We acknowledge that all of it is a challenge. Now, let me start by saying, in the country currently, there are different feelings which I could group into two. One feeling or observation is that government, particularly our Department of Police, is weak or not doing enough in assisting or protecting rural communities. That whatever we're doing as police and as government, we are showing signs of weakness, and it is a problem such that rural communities feel unsafe in our hands. And people show, give evidence and examples of this kind of weaknesses. Some of them have come out here. But there is also another feeling that says that government, weak as it is, but it is strong in certain sections of society than in others. In other words, whatever is being done is not, there is no equity in it. Government becomes strong in its activities and protective measures or safety measures in other sections of the community than in others. But of course, others take it quite wide and say, government has lost the plot, especially when it comes to rural areas. We are merely working with and protecting the elite, leaving larger sections of the community exposed. And then a number of labels, and people come out and say the current government is therefore not working up to the expectations of people, and even add ideological questions on that. I do want to say that we need to just be sensitive on all these matters. We are aware of them, we are alert of them, but we just want to focus on eliminating criminality in South Africa. And while we are aware of all these nuances, all these statements and all of that, we are pleading with all of us who are here that let's focus on this number one problem, and in this instance, stock theft, which is a crime. And go to the second area of how we are divided as a nation, just on this particular topic that we are dealing with. We are divided there. There is a nation on this matter that is working very hard, citizens that are working very hard, that are law-abiding, that are upright, and want to see the product of their work and going forward with life. But there's a sub-nation there, a sub-nation of thieves and criminals that is building up and emerging in our country, challenging the citizens that are orderly, that are lawful, that are doing everything to uphold this country and make it progress. This sub-nation that is growing is a sub-nation of thieves, people who are violent, people who are murderers, who are threatening the welfare of law-abiding citizens in the country, and we're talking about them here. I think that's the main division that we should be concerned about. Those of us who are pulling to the left when we should be pulling to the right. And that should be our area of focus. And as police, South African police and department, and all of us want to align ourselves with the citizens that are upright, citizens that are correctly earning their living, citizens that are working very hard and to ensure that the country is productive as it should be. And we want to actually, as police, put that on display against this other imagination of criminals. Now, it is important that we take particular steps against these people that I'm referring to, that we are talking about here, because they are a threat to a large extent, immediately in the medium term and in the future. We start by saying, on crime general, I always want to say there are 4 provinces that are giving us a lot of challenge. It is Gauteng, it is KwaZulu-Natal, it is Eastern Cape, it is Western Cape. These are headquarters of criminality in the country. If we could fight criminality to zero in these 4, people will go out and tell you there's no crime in South Africa anymore. Even if Mbalule will continue with your criminality, and then Limpopo and the other provinces. But there is a perception, there is a view in the country that says that, even accompanied by stats that show that high levels of criminality are in these 4 provinces. Let me leave that. Secondly, there are crimes, certain types of crimes that are dominant in the whole country, that are a worry to us. First one is murder. It's dominant in the country. Most people are grieving of the rate of murder in the country, saying it is quite high. Our crime stats the last term, third quarter, showed that even murder is declining, but it is still at a high level. And therefore it remains high and highly concerning that we have such levels of crime in South Africa. Murder. So walk around, we wake up, we go. Those of you who have time for families, you are with your families and so on. But there's this something that you are afraid of, that you can't relax completely and enjoy life because you are afraid, you have fear that you may be murdered any time, whether it is at night or in the car or whatever. The rate of murder. We're concerned about it, extremely concerned about it. The second one is the availability of firearms in the country. Very high. Very high. Whether legal or illegal, maybe more illegal firearms than legal ones. Very concerning. And this is quite a threat. It's almost like in other areas, everybody there or every criminal has a gun at hand. And you see this thing when police come across these criminals and they try to kill them or to shoot at police. All of them will fall with handguns, if not high caliber firearms, all the time. There's no criminal who dies with a Bible or with a packet of sweets or something. All of them die with firearms, with live ammunition. All of them. And these criminals are armed, they are organized, and they know what they are doing. And the first opportunity they get when they come across police, they will shoot and kill police. So as they prepare each and every action of criminality, arming themselves and getting ready to shoot is #1 priority as they go out to engage in criminality. So when people come around and complain about police and so on, we continue to say the police engage with reality and crime scenes and all of that, and the reality thereof will change your mind. But I'm here. I'm saying we have too many firearms in the country, especially illegal firearms. 3, we have, comparably speaking, a lot of drugs in this country. A lot of drugs. So when you meet people, you have to look at them in the eye and check whether they are sober. Generally, in a taxi, in the bus, on the roads, on streets at night, in townships, there's very little doubt that most of the people you meet there are already on drugs. So, level of drugs too high in the country. Now, these 3 are the ones that we are concerned about in this financial year, 2025-2026. These are the ones that we want to say to the nation, we are positioning ourselves, reorganizing ourselves, committing ourselves to really take drastic and concrete steps to deal with. Now, the other crimes, just below those, stock theft. Stock theft is serious because it goes with other crimes, like murder, like assault. Some of the assaults, deadly assaults, that leave people half alive, half dead. Rape, and all kinds of other crimes. In the Eastern Cape, and I'm sure in other parts of the country, people will come to you at 7 in the evening, 8 in the evening. We get stories there when we go there. They come and demand that you open your isibaya sakho, and you are there with your family. And they embarrass you because there's nothing like, it's unheard of that you can open isibaya sakho uvulele criminal, young boys or whatever, and baphethe imjotshantaba, baphethe ipa, firearms, and they take your livestock, sheep, cattle, just like that. Painful, embarrassing. And the first thing you think about is government. Where is government? Where are the police? And so on. Now, so even though I count those first crimes that I'm concerned about, I'm saying just below that, you have stock theft. Quite high, unacceptable. You have kidnappings, you have extortions in this country. Just below that is there. Now, understand us to be working. I don't have time to be giving you details in terms of how we are dealing with this to position ourselves to fight or intensify our fight against all these crimes in these provinces and other provinces, as I have outlined. But I'm just giving you the actual nature of the challenges. Now, these criminals, you are saying here, they are often assisted by some of the police. This is what is coming out here, through commission or omission. That is extremely concerning because Each one of the police officers that are here and not here are people who are members of a very important law enforcement in South Africa, foremost law enforcement. So we learn very often that there are police who are betraying the nation. Those who choose to betray the nation, they go behind the nation and they join criminals. This is even shown by statistics of people who get fired from police as a result of them being found guilty of things that they would have done, but otherwise they shouldn't have done. But it also shows that we act on those. We do act. And people in Parliament very often think that there's nothing that gets done. They ask you, what are you doing about police that are criminals, that are committing? We act. I'm acknowledging that there is that disease of police officers who turn around and join criminals, and we're concerned about that. Now, there are also in society those who buy stolen cattle, stolen sheep, even stolen meat. Some of them have butcheries. Uba urani busha, lenyama nje ntshontshiwe kuphela. You specialize on stolen meat. But you have a butcher. These are things that we have to eliminate. Because quite a number of them are known, well known. Chabel, konumfuni unebusha udayisa inyama iyantshontshwa yonke. Uthenga nje inyama ka 5 rand yena, the rest is stolen. And so on. Now, I want to move, I don't want to, I'm just acknowledging the reports and adding where I need to add. But I need to move faster. Now, you then went to our weaknesses, which we know, we acknowledge, a number of them. Like police officers who betray us, like citizens who betray us, like issues of border management, people walking up and down our borders all the time. We acknowledge that problem, it is there. The weaknesses in the stock theft unit or units, we acknowledge those problems. Vehicles and other support that is required, that may not be there, technology and the need thereof, choppers, as some of you were calling for. So generally, to say that causing us to ask questions here, is the capacity of the state equal to the level of criminality, just stock theft, in this particular time that we're discussing? So what does it mean? What is the meaning of what has come out in this meeting? I'm sure if I were to say, as far as you are concerned, sitting there, having heard others as well, sharing information, it constitutes some state of emergency from where you sit. If someone were to come and say, due to all of these reports, let us declare a state of emergency on stock theft, you would agree. You would agree. I was looking at your faces as you were talking here. These people are falling short of one thing, to say that this table must declare a state of emergency. If we don't say so, you would believe that we are not serious. I agree with that sentiment, that feeling, that elements of what has come out of this meeting constitute an emergency and requires a response that has elements of that emergency response to this kind of situation. Because of the pain, because of the uncertainty as you go to sleep, and even during the day about your livestock, that you may find that your livestock is no longer there. And that very often there is a threat to your life and so on. So I agree that the situation is quite serious. Now remember, we came here, National Commissioner, Provincial Commissioners, all of us, Provincial Commissioners, all of us. We have an important stakeholder. You have a role to play yourselves in dealing with this kind of situation. Now let me put forward a number of things that I think we need to look at. We'll walk out here and say, Minister Mchunu has declared. I'm saying the situation, the feeling that is due, as they were reported on here, because we have to read. Nobody stood up here and said, unless I was not, all small holdings here, all farms. Let me make an example. For some association in the whole of the Free State, you may not like them, but they are organized at different levels. And they know how they call each other and to action, whether for the good or for the bad, but they know how to call each other. They block roads, they just whistle blow each other and they block roads and they do all kinds of things. But when it comes to stock theft, we're not yet organized and on action mode, but yet pain is organizing us. We are able to stand here one by one, share our pain, but we have no victory to claim, no victory to share as a result of our action in unit. Now there is a structure there. I saw it. If it could be displayed as I talk. Integration of ourselves in each of the provinces. Maybe at officials level, they are. They are. Where has it gone to? There it is. Stock theft and endangered species. Brigadier. Section commander, stock theft, another person, section commander, then each province. It shows where we have units, all of that. But I'm not sure whether it is not more of a reflection of how government is organized than how we are in an integrated manner organized. That reflection. I'm not sure about that. Now, we may need to review I didn't start this or get a briefing just on the structure before coming here. But I'm looking at it. Basically showing how we are structured to fight this criminality. But I'm saying the composition in each province, it may be there, but it may not necessarily be reflected there, but I'm just saying. Let me make an example. Let me take Western Cape. There are 6 areas there: Beaufort West, Girls Rivier, Almesbury, and all of that, Solendam and Worcester. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. If you went to each one of them, would you find police officers? Would you find people from agriculture? Would you find yourselves there? Maybe I'll get to know later. If it is that case, fine. If it is not the case, it would require a review. This is what I'm trying to say. Because these criminals are organized and they move, they are mobile and they are armed. We've got to align ourselves for that kind of response, but in an integrated and unified manner. We mustn't meet here for the first time. Now, there's the first thing that we will look at, or maybe I'll educate myself on and circle with that, on that particular question. Touching the ground and all of that. 2, we may need to review the strategy itself and revamp it. Well, there's one person who spoke about the need for a report. Most of you spoke outside the report. You didn't even have a feeling that the strategy is working. Or maybe you forgot. You were too much upfront with the challenges on the ground without making reference. So we've got to approximate our strategy to what is happening there so that you have a feel that it is working, it is practical. So we may need to review it, we may need to revamp it. Now, I would want us at that level, Beaufort West as an example, to interrogate structures, how they are organized, the structures themselves. What do I mean? I don't know whether they are at 2 levels, as I would want to suggest. There is somewhere where you meet and talk around the table. But there must be another structure that is much more technical, that is on an operational mode, so that when there are problems, that structure is not the structure of suits, where you wear suits and so on. You are a different structure below the one that would require ties and suits and all of that. Then you have another one below that. Mainly to check all these things that you are talking about. Is agriculture compliant vis-a-vis stock farmers and all of that? Are they compliant? And then report to the other structure at the top. Without that, I can't see how we'll operate. And that structure at Beaufort West will then supervise the one below.
which is much more action dominated. Now, someone here is complaining about vans and all of that, and someone sent this thing to me. Now, I want you to listen to this fellow.
Ngitshela ukuthi amaveni awekho kodwa kuneveni ehlala lapha kaNdwandwe uNdwandwe lela veni uzenze ngalicrossa kulungileke weboys anginalo mina iveni sizothatha lona sihambe ngalo siyomlanda lo nginalo iveni ngale kwala kusho ukuthi inkinga kuyona ke iveni kusho ukuthi inkinga kuyona iveni ngoba phela ngiyasho ukuthi nginalo mina iveni singasebenzisa iveni lami ukuthi yolanda lo yamuntu lwana hawu kuneveni ehlala lapha kaNdwandwe uNdwandwe wenza ngalicrossa uzabuthe ngalihlabathi lapha kodwa masobika amacala uthi hayi amaveni asapheli lapho umile wonke.
So I don't know where this fellow got this from, but there is somebody kunjalo uyakhuluma. Now, I'm wanting to make an appeal to police management, nationally, provincially, districts. Let's eliminate things like those. Even el shala kwandwandwa, l'tuti hlabat. Kopel l'tuti minute. We're shooting ourselves on the foot if we do such things. Now, I'm saying, if we don't eliminate that, the measures that we may need to take won't function. They won't go anywhere. But that is the strategy now. And we do need to look at involvement of Department of Agriculture in particular. But there is something that you are talking about here, talking about the law. People are saying, National Commissioner, we go and report to various stations. We don't get attended to. We then go home, we get confronted by criminals. We defend ourselves, we get arrested. Vans come at high speed for me after defending myself against a criminal. But they were not there when I went to report and when I made a call. The situation, morally, ethical, and practical, is balanced against us as police. How do you just? But we were not there against the criminal, but we were there for the survivor. I don't know who can talk on this matter because we can't come out of this meeting without clarifying that. What is the law saying? Who must be arrested? Is it the criminal who committed crime and attempted to kill me and ran away? Or it's me who successfully protected myself against the criminal? Who knows the law and can come here and address us? So that we go out fairly united on this matter to say, what do we want organizations that are aligning themselves with us as police? And they are saying they are available to work with us. They call themselves whatever, even though they are not united, and we want them to be united. And we don't want them to be vigilantes. We want them to act within the law. but were not organized on the ground, which I'm saying we need to do. Find ways of integrating and uniting us. But as we do this, criminals are waiting for us as we arrive in our homes today. And you don't even get time to pray when these criminals are here. There's no time to pray. You just life sentence. You want to start afresh?
Of a policeman who came to arrest me after shooting somebody in my gate, and I was sentenced a life sentence. I'm coming from that life sentence. I served 1 year, 8 months in jail. It's through appeal that I am here. Your policemen are not law-abiding citizens. Some of them, not all of them. And I thank you.
So what happened to the criminal? Or you shot him dead?
I shot him dead. I shot him dead. Thank you.
In your home?
In my home, yes. And I was
at night?
It was around about 5 in the afternoon.
Okay.
Yes, sir.
So what do you do here? Who can remedy us? Because there are quite a number of people who spoke on this, and I was wondering, what are we going to say to these people? And they ask a practical question, what do we do? And that includes the minister's own special advisor, who is an advocate. It can be. So prepare Mfondini uzawuza angiqale ngawo.
Thank you, Minister. I think this is what we deal with on a daily basis, Minister. Everybody, every citizen is allowed and is entitled by law to actually defend themselves. To an extent that even when the police come, they will be able to apply their mind that you were defending yourself. But the only thing is that when you defend yourself, you should not use excessive force in such a way that you're becoming the attacker yourself. Now, in some situations when you begin to take a law into your hands, which I was informed in is what happened in one of the instances which is being referred to, that if you call the community and you attack the person to an extent that you do it excessively and you use maximum force, automatically you become the attacker and the law is then forced to then act against you. But if you are the one who is under pressure and you even scream and you call the community to come and assist you and they come and they found the thief in the yard as well, the community must assist you to arrest the person, not to begin to stone the person and kill the person. Then they become themselves suspects that needs to be arrested. That is basically the balance between using minimum force to be able to subdue the person, to have the person under arrest. Thank you, Minister.
Okay. Second part, you want to come? Because
Thank you, Minister, for putting me. Thank you, Minister, for putting me on position. The police have got a responsibility of enforcing the law, of protecting the inhabitants and their properties. Now, when there's failure on the side of law enforcement agencies, what it means is that the public loses confidence in the police. That's when you start having a problem, where you have people taking the law into their hands. That becomes problematic. Now, there is a common law defense of self-defense when a person is being attacked by another person. When a person is trying to protect his or her property, he can still use force. But the police must still open a docket. The matter must still go to court. And the person must then put up a defense in court. And depending on the facts and circumstances, then the law will take its course. There will be then a judgment based on the facts. So one can be acquitted, but one can still be convicted, depending on the circumstances and the application of the law. Thank you, Minister.
National Commissioner wants to come up. And I'm sure he's going to get closer to a real practical situation.
Thanks very much, Minister. I think the two previous speakers have explained quite thoroughly that we all, I think tomorrow is the Human Rights Day in South Africa. Yes, so everybody has rights, human rights. You also have your rights. The criminal have got rights. The police also have rights. Yes. So nobody's rights should be suppressed on top of another. So I think the two colleagues explained it quite thoroughly that you're allowed to use force, but use minimum force reasonable. Even though it's a tricky one because you don't know what force is he going to use. That's the tricky part. But you must use minimum reasonable force at the time. And police, when they come, they should arrest the criminal. They should arrest the criminal if he's still alive. But even if not alive, they must still arrest him, right? And of course then, in your case, if the facts looked that you were defending yourself, as the advocate Bikoli said, yes, they must still open a case. In most instances, we say, sometime open the case, but do not lock up the person. Take the docket for decision. Let the prosecutor say, no, this one, J50, warrant of arrest, he must go in now. Oh, no, this one we will just give me someone to come to court so that we come and deal with this matter. Let me give an example. I'm sure you would remember an example of a certain former rugby player in Mpumalanga. It's a couple of years ago, if you remember. I forgot his name. He was at home. The next day was, I think, the birthday of the daughter or the birthday of the boyfriend of the daughter. So the daughter woke up early morning, unusual early, and she got into her own car to drive to the boyfriend. And the father heard this noise and my daughter's car is starting. He woke up, he took a pistol. Before the car can get out of the yard, he made sure the driver that is there stopped with the car there. And indeed, it did happen. Right? So, such a person was never taken and locked up immediately. A docket get open and it go for decision. Some point the prosecutor decides, no, I'm not charging any person. Second example, it was somewhere in Soweto, I think Dobsonville, if you remember also 2-3 years ago. No, maybe 4 years ago. The first example is about 8 or 10 years ago. Second example is about maybe 4 or 7 years ago. Somewhere around Soweto, Dobsonville, the father went to school to collect the child. He parked where they do every day and he dozed. And the minister don't doze, but that gentleman, he dozed. He went, and when the son arrived, you knock on the door, on the window pane, so that Daddy must wake up, open for me, I go around and get in the car. And Daddy, as he jumped, pulled the gun, and he shot the child. Child died, right? So that case also was investigated, docket taken for decision, not lock up immediately. So even with you, when the criminal came in the house, steal your cattle or break in your home, the same is expected, that you can't fall back and look and watch. You must defend your property. Just make sure the force you use is proportional, and of course, at some point you will whistle the next door neighbors to come. And as they come, yes, they must arrest the criminal. Just make sure the criminal goes to the van, probably not touching the ground so well. But it must be to the police station, not to the mortuary. I'm not sure whether I explained it well. Thanks, Minister.
No, thank you very much. I think over and above this, just as we close on this matter, the Criminal Procedure Act is being reviewed. And I think organizations like we have here need to organize themselves, make inputs. We may not be answering you to the satisfaction of yourself, but remember that there are two departments here, is police and then the justice department. So those processes get taken over by Department of Justice, not so much by that policeman who arrested you, whatever happened. But I'm just saying, there is this challenge that is facing us, where communities need to organize themselves, groups, but in a united fashion. We work with police to combat crime. That we have a right to, that we are calling for. That is called for by the situation because of high criminality just in our neighborhood, as we sleep, as we sit. And therefore, it's something that we're going to be looking at. How best can we reorganize ourselves? How best can we apply the law? How best can we fight criminality, but within the law, high as it is, and do it successfully? But the perception in the community, I know, it is that we are in the mercy of criminals to an extent, when criminals should be in the mercy of law enforcement and the community combined. But we'll deal with that going forward. One of the things that we may need to do, to those who organize this and are taking notes, it's uniformity between crime watch organizations and those organizations that are similarly organized but are in communal land, that we need to accord them the same status of recognition, because if they act as a group and they are not a vigilante, they are organized against crime, and we don't recognize them as police. We arrest them. We do that and that, but we go to next door, this crime watch, they do the same, and we don't arrest them. There will be issues there of recognition and so on, and I think we need to equalize. We need to make sure we treat people the same. But I'm pleading here for more tighter action on the side of station commanders. People can't come to your police station, whether you are there or you are not, and then they don't get attended to. They get rejected. They get indifference. In some cases, they really get rejected. And I think we need to improve, because this is causing a lot of frustration. It's something that we get on a daily basis. I would asuka ngeka amaphoyisa, asuka khona. but omunye usuke eyinoya nje ikhanda angakwazi ukathenda umuntu. And we don't often talk about this. Please attend to people when they come to the police station. It can't be always because there is no van, because vans are broken. No, attend people when they come. That's the first and most important thing. And those who get attended, who get attended to, they do tell us, hey, I was attended to very well and I was treated with respect in a particular police station. They do acknowledge, like some of you did acknowledge here. It was encouraging because there are members of the community here who said, no, in my area we're working very well with police. That is what we want to see more and more. But what we don't want to see is a police station where sometimes the police station itself, physical in terms of infrastructure, doesn't look good. Service doesn't look good. There's nothing that looks good there. So I'm calling for tighter management on station commanders and people who work at the police station. Let's improve the service. Because people may die as a result of an omission, just one omission in a police station. We are going for a meeting with the Minister of Justice very soon. Even yesterday we were talking. These are the measures that I'm saying we need to agree on. So we're going to have a meeting with the Minister of Justice, talk to her about, we will be with National Commissioner, detectives, so that they outline in each and every province the letdowns by prosecution. Because we do understand that police do a lot of work, but they get disappointed by prosecutors. Sometimes they get bought off themselves. And then they release people, a person we have worked very hard to apprehend. Then this prosecutor simply says, I don't see any case. Now, these cases are in the increase, they are on the increase in terms of reports that we're getting, particularly in certain areas in the country. That's why we're meeting with the Minister of Justice very soon. And yesterday we were talking about it as well. Because the blame will shift to police, not to justice. It won't go to prosecutors. In the public language, is the police, the word police, that runs like money. Police this, police that, police this, police that. Even when people love each other, once the man turns against the woman and you start harassing her, you want police. You don't talk about the magistrate or the prosecutor. Where are the police to come and protect me against my lover? That's how important police are. So don't disappoint people in police stations. Please. Now, border, we also have an outstanding meeting on border management. It pains to hear about fences that are not working and all of that. We have a JCPS. It is scheduled for the 24th of April. And it's too far. It must come forward so that we tighten our border management, including all the areas that border Lesotho. Some of the criminals from Lesotho, they just ride a horse, come and kill a person here in the Free State, go back to Lesotho on horseback, or walk, or run. So I think the call by the Free State, from Premier to MEC, about the border, as you were saying, you were driving along the borderline, is real. It is really real. And hence the meeting of the JCPS that we want to hold as soon as possible. To say, let us tighten our borders. In Limpopo, so people who are on buses entering South Africa in the bus, each carrying a paper, And I thought that it is too easy to get a paper to enter South Africa. Too easy. 3 buses full, each with a paper. When do we refuse? Even a good thing, a proposal for love, is sometimes rejected. Reject ukhuluma ngento ekahle right. Kuthiwe cha ifunakala. So Tina, we can't really make it easy for everybody who applies enter. Go. Siyaxhaphiza nje Mathal. Stamp come stamp. We can't do that. That is what the JCPS would do. When do we refuse? When do we say no? We have suffered a setback. A few days ago in court, 2 police officers abroad in that funeral. So painful. So painful. Now, you are right, we are with you here on the need to tighten our borders. We have a meeting that is coming. And I'm saying it was scheduled on the 24th, but we want it closer. Cases that have been reported here, we would want all of you who reported cases that are outstanding and are open, there's no follow-up, not to leave, but to see la ndoda ehlela apha egcineni. Sukuma ndoda, uhlele egcineni. Sukuma sibuye. Qoqa ibandla lakho, nize kuleya ndoda, izohleli nebandla layo, he will be with uze necase yakho, because there are people who say, I have even come here with such a case. This was open, it was never attended. So that he attends to those matters. Let me leave that one. And I see that because of all these things that are happening, there is doubt about our commitment as police to combating crime and assisting communities. We have a meeting. After this meeting, we're not leaving with police officers. We're not impression, how does it affect you? We will be asking that question to ourselves because we're affected. People can't talk like this and then we simply say bye-bye and then we go. We're going to sit alone once you are gone, analyze it and say how do we react to that? Because we can't come here next year and people say the same thing. We wouldn't want to do that. After stock theft, KwaZulu-Natal, I became very wealthy. He has told me more than who are criminals, betraying all of us. Some of the police really are causing a lot of havoc on the names. When one police officer has worked on stock theft for too long in one area, is used to everybody. Police to say, hey, but I'm saying there are those, and I don't think that the public is lying. So I think we need to be firm on those incidents, and we're going to be firm to deal with this, including other measures that we'll discuss later after this meeting. But I'm making an example of what was said here. We want to assure you that we are not going to be at peace with stock theft criminals, starting with those that are known, including identifying hotspots where these crimes Funeka helicopter, funeka chop. Is the Val in Paris, somewhere there. How? Indawo yazi ukuthi inkomo zabantu ziyaqhutshwa ziye lapha. And then amaphoyisa khona konke, no deputy minister, no minister, no MEC. They don't say anything, they don't do anything. If I had a way, I would have said, let's go to Paris. Kwanamhlanje. Where is provincial commissioner? Free State. This place they are talking about is in your area. Pardon? It's in the Free State, in your area of jurisdiction. Yes. You don't know it. You now know. Who spoke about Paris? Gone. But we Linda. We spoke about Paris. Now it is not the first time I hear about Paris. Paris. I don't know whether it is every week or every day, something like that. Others by people who are not known to be stock farmers. Detectives, provincial commissioner, there is a member of parliament who once told us, hey, criminals are known all over, but it's police only who don't know criminals. Who sells drugs here? Everybody will know, but police won't know. And we need to come out of that and look for this. So look for this place in Paris. I don't think it's in a dark corner. Snow. And let's design a mechanism to monitor whose cattle are being sold there. We can't have that. Let me then wind down. I don't know how we will go forward, National Commissioner and your people. I don't like these meetings that take place once. So at one point there was a summit. Then today there is this engagement with stock farmers. We don't have something consistent, something where we say, let us come together, we want to account, all of us. Where all these, as reflected in the structure, areas where we are organized, along which we are organized, stand up here and report. Ambazeli Free State there, so that, is it still there? Go on. I want to make an example of what I'm talking about. Yeah, where is Free State? As an example, it's far, I don't see it. It's sliding. Let's make an example with Northwest. There's Pokang there. There's Pokang. How do they account? Where do they account? At what period? Because it has to be ongoing. We don't have to come here because there are incidents. We need something that is sustainable. Now, what is that structure? Surely it is not section head, because ministers are not there. MECs are not there. What is it that we are going to have at a national level, but run down to those areas so that when there are reporting lines, so that those areas report on a regular basis as specified to report on what is happening on the ground, so that we don't have a case that was reported 2 years ago, but it is not accounted for. Ngoba bayakhala abantu lapho phandle, but inkomo zabo ziyathathwa. So there is Eastern Cape, all those areas, 22 areas. Where do they account? When do they account? How do that reach us? I'm talking practical now, not on paper. I don't want something that is just on paper, but we don't see it. Operational. As I say, I was in OR district and 2 grown-up men came to me and they had tears. I don't like abanumzana bakhalaya. Ngenxa yobuhlungu benhliziyo. Abantu behlelwe nje izinto, we don't have reporting lines. So I don't know what reporting lines are there. So first I've said in the structure, that could be police. I don't know how is it integrated with all these organizations as they may exist somewhere. And then after that, how do we create 2-tier kind of structures so that there is an operational, technical kind of structure, and then there is other one to whom they report. Criminals are going up out there, they are acting and crime is going up. We are not structured properly to deal with it, and I want us to deal with it. So these people must report somewhere, and then must go, and then we must be told, when do these things at a national level, maybe not a gathering as big as this, how often must we meet at a national level? So that we get to know what practically is happening. If you say we must meet once a quarter at a national level, whether you call us a national council or whatever, with all the stakeholders, so that we don't shout at each other on TV or on radio. We create a platform for accountability on our side, on your side, including some of the people you are complaining about, when we ourselves become criminals. When cases are not moving forward, we report in that platform. So I would want that structure reviewed along those lines so that, because this is painful, it's happening on, I would suggest that we meet on a quarterly basis at a national level, at a national level, but structured properly, to take reports from the ground and make people accountable when things are not working well throughout the country. But of course, they will be processed, all those reports, so that we know practically. Now, I now want to thank all of you. We are reviewing this. Of the first quarter will be structured differently. Where we talk about rural states, it won't be just farms in the normal sense that it appears in crime states. It needs to be divided into 2, depending on how we'll finalize it. Farms and small holdings as criteria may apply, so that we know where is crime high and how. But also the third category will be communal land. Communal land. Because there's a complaint that says, don't just talk about crimes with inside fences of farms, because such crimes may be coming or occurring just outside fences, and we exclude them. So we just need to take as much scope as possible, but not everything, but just these different categories. We'll do so, and we're hoping that it will reflect once we finalize that. And then we are discussing, and we're going to be finalizing some parts of the organogram of police once National Commissioner is ready somewhere next week, because we want the combative side of SAPS to be much more strengthened, almost equal to we are really biting on crime, or we are massaging. So we don't have to explain ourselves. Ourselves must be explained by what you see and what you feel on the ground. We are expected in this 7th administration to make communities feel safe. And it is written in black and white. It doesn't say, Minister, you must announce from time to time that communities are safe. It is said communities must feel safe. It's a hard task. Communities must feel safe because of our actions. And so this is what needs to drive us all over the Republic, not in one place or some. So what we're saying is we're looking at ourselves structurally. We're saying let's sharpen ourselves. But we're working with business. We are working with communities to achieve that particular kind of edge. There are too many criminals. They're quite armed. They are active on a daily basis, and we need to match that, if not overtake it. And that is what we are gunning for. Otherwise, thank you very much to all of you stakeholders. But look forward to us coming back to you in one form or the other to consult you on all these measures that I'm talking about, so that we are better organized in future. Thank you very much.
You may be seated. Thank you, Minister. DM, thank you.
Thank you very much. My apologies to stand before you called me. It's just that I read the program and it says I'm coming. So I didn't want to be difficult. Thank you, Program Director, Minister of Police, Honorable Mchunu, MECs present here, and our host MEC, Tate Mbalula, the National Commissioner, General Masemola, DNC, Sibia, Divisional Commissioners in Tumule, Provincial Commissioners present here, General Mutsonyane, General Mkwanazi, General Khadebe, and senior officers present here, Chief of Staff and the staff of Ministry, organized farmers, Civilian Secretariat for Police Service, DPCI, farmers, and all our stakeholders present here, members of the media, organizers of this event, the technical people who are assisting with the sound, and everybody present here. Thank you very much for having made this event a success. I have come to the end of the event, and the last word which the minister has said was to thank you, and I'm also standing here to thank you, rape. Le ka moso le dire jwalo re a leboha.
Okay, thank you, DM. Okay, now we're going to have the national anthem. Whereafter, there'll be a photo shoot. There'll be 2 photo shoots. The first one will be with the entourage in front and the chairpersons of the associations. The second one will be with the entourage and the stock theft commanders. That will take place outside. I think we all understand what happens when the national anthem is sung. All right, we can remain standing. The entourage can exit the hall to the holding room for the photo shoot and then for lunch. The rest of us will have lunch on the outside at the serving points that's there. All the chairpersons of the associations, if you can come to the front, please. The chairpersons. The photo shoot is just outside near the holding room.